folks. Things aren't looking so hot out here at the key place. They got me surrounded. They're hot on my trail. Temperatures are 130 degrees. I've got no time for intros today. Thanks to John, Rich, Martin, and Andon. We did a 4-hour interview and I'll play it right now. But I'm gonna go. If you're listening to this voice, I don't know if you'll hear it again. It's November 17th, 2022. It's 130 days.
All right, so I would like to welcome for the first time two guests at once to the VLV Podcast. Two gentlemen. I have Andon and John Rich Martin on the program.
Hello.
How are y'all doing?
Howdy.
I'm doing great. I had a spa day today, so I'm very relaxed. I'm on vacation.
Very nice.
And
John.
I'm John.
That was John.
I'm John.
Can you do that witness protection voice thing on mine?
Yeah.
No, I'm also doing well. I'm actually I work in the service industry, so I'm in my weekend right now. Wednesday to Thursday are usually my days off. So
Cool.
chill day. Went for a run. Checked a bunch of old threads, make sure I didn't say anything like stupid back in the day, which, I mean, I've said stupid shit, but I've never done anything, whatever. So
Yeah. No, you're pretty couple clean cut boys here. I'm proud to say.
John can grow a full beard. I will have you know. I'm
Oh
looking
yeah,
at it.
I am. Well, yeah, I said that as I'm looking at a burly bearded fella, but you know.
That said, I did shave for this.
Yeah, my look is very VLV, like how you imagine like a VLV guy, I think. Band shirt.
Yeah.
We're all wearing, I can see us all, and we're all wearing black shirts with white print, so that's good. This shirt, I actually got this shirt on from someone on Viva La Vinyl. So
somebody gave
Wow,
you the shirt off
very
the back.
nice.
yeah, off the back of the board. Yeah,
Yeah.
Do you remember what sellers?
I can look at my PMs. DMs? Whatever it is.
Are they?
Sorry, Blimp, we're sidetracking you. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. I'll take all the sidetracks you guys want to throw at me. That's what we're doing here for the most part. But yeah, a couple bespectacled gentlemen, myself included, John, Andon. Sorry, I for so long in my head I've said Andon, so I got to get Andon down. But yeah, somewhat of a punk haircut, if I may say that.
This shitty mullet. Yeah.
But
it's
a little mullet action. I dig it.
Let me find this furnace
An
capsule
Asuk
shirt.
shirt.
I got them from Vic. User Vic, VIC.
Was that
Nice.
was he in North Carolina?
I don't know. Let's find out. I'm on VLV on my phone as we're on this podcast right now.
Oh, dude.
Oh, they're from Chicago.
Meta levels of eating.
Yeah.
So I would ask you guys what
Checking
your
who's
usernames
online.
mean, but you guys have pretty straightforward usernames. They're both your names, sort of, right?
Yeah, mine's my legit like Christian name, my first, middle, and last name, which I think I said in that. What is your username? It's like the dumbest idea ever to just have your fucking full name.
Yeah. And where you live.
Yeah, I talk about like where I work. I'd just be the easiest person to dox. It wouldn't even be worth it or funny.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't change it now. I lose my post count. I'm word up. I don't want to start over again as a Kim GX Flame.
We were just talking about this.
No.
I was looking at. I just crossed the 10,000 threshold at some point, and then I was like, "Oh, I'll see what John's up to." And he's at goddamn 15,000 or some shit. So
yeah, talk a lot.
Yeah.
I
Word
talk
up
a
is
lot.
brutal.
I got a lot to say.
Is 10,000
It is
word up?
brutal.
Apparently,
No,
10,000
10,000
up,
still
or is it
Dune. I'm still a Dune grappler.
Oh, okay. I
So-
feel like Sand Hustler is in there somewhere, but maybe not.
I think it's lower than Dune grappler,
Oh, lower than Doom Grip.
or maybe it's above. I don't know. I
Nice.
haven't kept track in a while.
where
When
does
did
that
you
come
guys-
from? The
Oh,
That's all like it's all like Dune shit. But it started on
like the book Dune, or
yeah, because it was just like joking about like being a Dune grappler, like someone that like is like a what do they call them, like sand riders or whatever.
I've never read Dune yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've never read Dune, so yes.
I'll trust you on that.
Oh, or like sand hustlers or whatever, like too many hustlers, not enough sand kind of thing.
Okay.
So, but it's like I think it just like started with that. Someone actually posted, can't remember what thread it was, but there was actually like the hierarchy of like what they all were, and there was also like user specific ones too. Like certain people only have this like thing next to theirs, regardless of like whatever their post count is.
Okay.
I don't remember.
yeah, I
what the
think
hell saw.
somebody
We need a
like
mod- we need a mod for
OG
that.
members. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some old VLV shit there. I think a lot of those custom users don't post anymore. But it's also kind of a riff off of or like a parallel to hierarchy of record like collecting tiers or whatever. Like you have Bonzer and I think Beluga Shocker, shit like that. Yeah.
Arthur Bonzarelli.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So
Which
y'all are
is funny
VL
because I own less than like 100 records right now. I think I own less than like 50 records right now.
I wouldn't say that out loud on this podcast.
Yeah. Well, I've done a couple
That's-
of major moves in the last few years, and so I was just like, didn't want to move with a fuck ton of records, so I was just giving them all out.
Yeah.
And so like
No,
I've
it
kept
happens.
like a core like 50-ish or something like that I'm like really stoked on, or
Like
that have like
your-
sentimental value.
You're like John Denver Muppets Christmas album.
I've got that one.
Yeah.
I've got Top Gun on Laserdisc, which is not a vinyl, but for some reason it's.
It
in there.
fits
Oh,
everywhere.
sorry, it's not Top Gun. It's Airplane 2, the sequel.
Do you really have that?
I actually have that. It's pristine.
They made that on Laserdisc.
Yeah, it costs $1.
I feel like you. Ever
Why
paid.
wouldn't I buy that?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Fair enough. Y'all are a couple of VLV veterans. I'm curious to know when you joined the board, and maybe if you have any kind of like origin story behind it, connection. I've talked to I think almost everybody so far. Or almost everybody so far has been a part of some sort of regional hardcore punk message board, and then was told they about VLV. But what's y'all's story?
You can go first.
Yeah,
Your alphabet. Oh shit. I migrated from either the level playing board or the Skylab Commerce board. I think the Skylab board, when that went down, somebody told me about VLV, and I was in a band that was touring up the Northeast with that band Books Lie that was on level playing fucking 20 years ago. And I remember like we had a few days off, or there were a few days we were trying to get filled, and I started a thread like really could use some people's help. And like the only people that replied were people in my band and Books Lie that were like, we have already tried this. Like
Your friends like, this does not
like
work.
why didn't you ask us? We told you about this message board. Did you not think we thought of this? And that, so my first ever experience posting on VLV was
We warned you.
getting roasted by my friends. And I was like, this is fun. I should stick around. for 20
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, that's proper. You got to get roasted as soon as you join.
Mhm.
I feel
Yeah.
like. Andon, how about you, good sir?
I lurked I don't remember how I found it, to be honest. It was early 2000s, early like mid 2000s, so like 2005, 6 or something like that. And I had lurked for a couple of years. And then I was on other message boards, but it wasn't anything like relevant. It was something on like the gear page or whatever, like music related, like, or like instrument related stuff. that wasn't necessarily related to that. And then I kept looking for like certain records, and somehow like I started, it was almost like the murmur or whatever of like Viva La Vinyl kind of thing. So I was like, what the hell is this? And this is back when you can actually still like search for it and it would show up. Which I don't know if it still does. I mean, maybe it does now, but for like a long time, you couldn't even like, for a long time, you couldn't even like Google it. Like in the last like decade or so, there was a while where it was just like the, whatever they call it, like the spiders or like whatever the hell that thing is called. Like
like the Google,
the actual like Google like search algorithm thing or whatever. Like you can like put something in like the code to where your website doesn't come up under like search engines. But this was like all before that. So I happened to find it, lurked for a couple of years, and then signed up with my legal name, my legal Christian name. And my user number is 7469, and the last four of my phone number are actually 7569. So I should have waited for like no. I should have waited like another 100 guests, because then I could have just really lined it up. So
damn, man.
Yeah,
that's intense. Cool. So God, we're looking at 20 years for close.
How long have you been on? I'm sure
collectively about 40 years if you think about it.
A
grown ass Viva La Vinyl.
This is like the three of us, like 60 combined years of
yeah.
We could have grand posters at this point.
100,000 posts. What tier would that even be?
Holy shit! How many posts do you have right now? Actually, it's over 40, right? 40K.
It's damn. It's something nuts. I can look, but I think I have the
69,000.
Yeah, I always was tripping out because I thought I posted a lot. It's 29,000. Yeah, almost 30.
You said 29. Okay.
Yeah, but I've always been like, man, I post a fuckload, but then I would go to Kark.
I think Kark had like 45. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, RIP. But I was like, man, I was like,
he's
always
still alive and well.
because
He's no longer with us.
Yeah, he had doubled me, and I was like, I don't even know how it's possible.
That guy just posted all day.
Yeah.
Which respect. That's that's a lifestyle.
I'm on there all day. Like grind. It's on my phone. It's on my computer. Yeah, he was definitely grinding.
Yeah. Would you guys say that you're a alt, like open a new tab, check VLV, and then sometimes open a new tab and check VLV again without having visited another page?
I'll tell you, earlier today I opened, like, I was just like, it was just like, because you do like alt tab, it's just like a like a thing you used to on like the hotkeys or on the keyboard. So like you're just doing this. I'm like, I've got like every time I open like Chrome, like I'll open like Discord for like pedal building stuff, and then I'll open up like VLV, Gmail to check that and like that or whatever, and then like Reddit for some dumb shit, and then like it'll get like to be like enough like tabs going, and I'll forget, and I'll just like open another tab, and I'll look over like there's already two other like VLV tabs open.
For sure. Yeah.
Or sometimes I'll open like thread specific tabs so I can keep F5ing them.
When I haven't like looked on VLV, usually it's like on a weekend, like first thing in the morning kind of thing. If I'm on my computer, I'll do like click and shift so it opens the next tab, and I'll just like go down the front page, click on all the threads I want to read, and have them pop up and open tabs. And then I'll just go through.
I just click each thread and hit ends so I can get to the end of it at the bottom and see what I missed, and then go back.
Man, many different styles.
Yeah, these are some good tips.
How do you use the internet?
I'm barbaric, dude. I just like click the thread and scroll.
You open
all
a
the
new
way to
Google
the bottom.
Chrome every time. You just new Chrome each thread.
Yeah.
I have a different monitor for each thread that I'm reading.
The stupidest thing is when like you've got it on your computer and then like something's going on and you just get distracted by the smaller computer on your phone. You open up VLV on your phone as well, and you're just like, it's just like
I'll be sitting in front of my computer reading VLV, and I'm like, this is fucking dumb.
Well, it's because you got YouTube open, man.
Right,
You
yeah,
don't
I
want to
wanna-
like miss whatever.
Yeah.
All just to see those glorious dots, man. It's the best
Mhm.
sight in the universe. So,
It's-
John, you mentioned you were in what was this band you were in when you joined VLV?
When I joined VLV, it was a band called The Setup. And the Setup was one word, which is not how it's supposed to be spelled. It's named after. I wanted to name it after the Reversal of Man song called The Setup, and our guitar player wanted to name it after the Unbroken song called The Setup. So we compromised and we called it The Setup.
Yeah.
Nice.
We neither sounded like Reversal of Man nor Unbroken, but we
So
each
true
wanted.
compromise.
Yeah,
True compromise.
yeah,
Sounding nothing like either. But
yeah.
Cool.
And I think somebody, because I too went back through my threads there was a thread about that band that I started because the drummer put together like a live video of us playing. I think he did during COVID, and somebody reminded me in that thread that I think our guitar player was like blackout drunk and made a fake persona, fake screen name, and started making threads to like hype our band, being like, I think the Setup's going to be the next Page 99.
Yeah.
You get in on the ground floor. And I like barely remember that, but I like really don't like Page 99, and I remember people being like, well, obviously John Martin did that, and like people were like, no, that guy fucking hates Page 99. He would have picked a totally different band to ape. So I'm pretty sure I knew who it was.
That's funny. Andon, were you in any bands when you joined VLV?
when I joined VLV, I was actually like in between bands, as they would say. No, I'd been in a lot of like bands from Oklahoma City, which is where I'm originally from.
Yeah.
But around the time like 2009, 10, probably a year or two away from starting a couple of bands, one called Partners and one called Cedars, in the French spelling, as in like cedar trees. But Partners was very much just like a heavy, fast, angular band. On a show flyer one time, someone called it Capsule Worship, and I was like, well, that's okay, I respect that. That's fair. That's fair. That's fine.
Sure, yeah. Cool band.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was, I also got a Capsule shirt from the same person I got this Furnace shirt from in that same transaction. By the
That's
way.
weird. I saw Capsule and Furnace play together. For the only time I ever saw Furnace.
Yeah.
First time I saw Capsule, they played together.
I think that's the only time I've ever seen them do that. Yeah. But yeah, so it was a band that was in like B standard. So it was like, standard tuning, but just like down 2.5 steps. So it was like heavier, but everything was still in relative notes or whatever. And then another band called Cedars that was like a mathy indie kind of thing in standard tuning. And then like during that, while that was going, that was also in like a doom sludge band playing bass, and then a couple of other bands here and there or whatever. But
Cool.
yeah.
When did you move from OKC to Richmond?
So we moved here in 2019.
Well, not from OKC.
Not from OKC. That's
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
Okay,
So like,
yeah.
So whenever we
Fact checking that.
fact check that. In 2017, we moved from Oklahoma City to Vermont for a couple of years because my wife's mother who is also from Oklahoma City, like they both are, moved up to Vermont, and she had a couple of major surgeries, and we were looking to be closer to her because of that. Like she had like broken her foot and was walking around on it for like a year, and like it just felt like, oh, I just sprained it, and like turned to the doctor's like, no, you broke your foot a year ago and you didn't actually like fix it, whatever. So we like moved up there to be closer to her, and also to just get out of Oklahoma for a while because like we had been there for like so long, like 30 plus years basically at that point.
Yeah, so you guys kind of grew up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was born in California, lived in Guam briefly, and then we basically, like, all my family's from Oklahoma, so like we moved back here. My dad was in the Navy, so like it was like a military thing moving around. But so yeah, moved from Oklahoma to Vermont, and about a year into living there, her mom, my wife's mother, was like, I'm going to move back to Oklahoma City because I've got like a grandbaby on the way and things like that. And then we're like, well, we don't want to stay here. There's like snow on the ground several months out of the year. Sun goes down at 4:30, and it's the second widest state in the nation, Maine being number one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd always liked the music scene in Richmond. Like I'd always been like big on City Caterpillar and obviously Stop It, like obligatory references. But like I had actually played a show in like a very short-lived band in like 2003 or 4 with Stop It to like 15 other people, and it was just like,
Where was that?
in Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it was like super influential, like just seeing them be like, holy fucking shit, this band rules. I didn't see like the sloppy side.
Was that in the winter?
It was like fall. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went on tour with them in 2003, and I was that would.
Did you play Oklahoma City? In
No, that would
2003?
have been 2000. I think the tour I went on with them was 2001.
That's something you should
2002.
follow up with here in a second, though, is about that tour, because it's very funny from what John's told me. But so had always basically liked the music scene here. I think like from what I had read, like being in the service industry for basically 25 years at this point, which is a terrible thing to say out loud, that like there had been more James Beard like nominations here, which like James Beard is like, you know, like a nationally like recognized like restaurant for like excellence, whether it's like the chef or the
Beards
or the facial haircuts or the sommeliers or like, yeah, like basically the services, like all that shit or whatever. So I was like, okay, this seems like a good move. So we came down in the summer of 2018 to visit and just see if it would be like a good fit. And we had already kind of knew we were going to move here. Like cost of living wasn't much more than Oklahoma City at the time. Like it was back in the South. Like it wasn't like a, you know, a great white state. So we kind of just grounded out for a year and then moved here. And we've been here for 3.5 years now or whatever. And love it. But that's my TED Talk on Richmond.
Cool. And so, John, Richmond? You've been in Richmond a long time. For how long?
I've been here since 2000. I moved up here in summer, like June or July, year 2000. I'm originally from Roanoke, Southwestern Virginia, which is like a small. I don't know if you call it a small city or a big town. I don't know what the population there is. I've been there like maybe 3 times since 2003. I don't know. My family moved out of there, and it's a shitty little city.
That's what I was gonna add. Finish your thought, but I was gonna ask you about Roanoke here in a second.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I've lived here.
You just unplug your head.
No, it's a random cord. I've lived here since 2000, and I did use my John Richmond Martin on a local message board named 2 because they're like, I was like, oh, I'll be John M, and it's like, well, there's John Maybush, and there's like, oh, I'll be like JRM, and it's like, well, there's JR Martin, you know, like there were just a lot of Johns and a lot of John Martins and a lot of John M's, and so I was like, well, I'll be John Richmond Martin, and like,
fuck all these people. I'll put my real name.
Yeah, I'll put my real name, but like,
not on the early days of the internet.
If people aren't checking your ID, people are like, oh, check out this motherfucker. He thinks he's so cool. He's John Richmond Martin. Like, he's so cool. It's like,
big shit.
You know, hardcore kids would be like, oh, you think you're Mr. Richmond? And it's like, well, I kind of am. I mean, like legally. And
Have you ever had a period in your life where you went by your middle name?
No, I'm like the 4th Richmond in a row in my family.
Are they all John Richmonds?
No, there's other. Richmond is the middle name. They all have different first names, more or less.
And what are their home addresses?
Yeah. But my dad goes by Rich, and they thought I was gonna. I don't know. They were like, oh, we always thought you'd go by Rich, but you went by John. It's like, well, I didn't make that decision. Like, y'all called me John. Why are you putting that on me? Like, oh, you decided to go by John. I'm like, no, I didn't. You guys raised me.
I've actually got a picture of his dad and his mom.
Yeah.
And him.
Yeah. Andon rented our old house, and I left a photo of me with my parents in there when we moved.
I'll send it. I'll send you a
Nice.
picture of
It's
the
good.
picture so we can like put it in the.
I'm
the
wearing
thread.
a cough t-shirt.
And they're wearing Tiger Shark shirts.
Yeah, they're wearing. We stayed with them on tour with my old band Tiger Shark, and they were.
John is like real sweaty in this picture too.
I just got out of the shower.
I know he looks like he'd like.
It was like a tour.
He like woke up and like, oh, I forgot I was like late for this thing.
It was a tour shower at a parent's house. So it was like,
So like the the punk shower where they go, can I like wash my face and like my arms?
There was
and,
no
like,
Dr.
butt.
Bronner's in the whole house.
You didn't read that whole thing?
I had to use real ass soap.
I've also got another picture of him and his wife at their wedding that I also found in the attic of that house.
Oh,
So
that I did not leave there on purpose.
Yeah, so we have both of those.
Do we look like we're having a good time?
Nice.
You look like you're having a lot of fun. Yeah, you're
good.
smiling. She's doing like a face.
It's a good wedding.
So
You should add all these photos you found to like a scrapbook and re-gift them.
yeah, I actually keep that picture of him and his parents on top of like the like these like this like I have like a desk that I like. So I have like a desk that I do VLV on, and I have a desk that I like build pedals on. And on like the desk that I build pedals on, there's like those like part organizers things you can get from like Harbor Freight, and on the top of that is the picture of John and my parents.
Just always watching.
It's since I found it, like when we moved in the house, like we live in a different house now. Like we were able to actually buy a house earlier this year, but we like that picture's just moved. Like, but it's just like wherever it's gone, it's like just keep that picture up.
Oh yeah, I look so young in that. I don't have any
You
gray
do look
hair.
young, yeah. You have all black hair.
So young.
You
And now
guys
look at
seem
you.
to be pretty good friends, at least from my perspective. But did you know each other well through VLV before you moved to Richmond, Andon, or was this kind of a thing where you moved to Richmond and just started hitting John up and like it just clicked quickly, or what's up?
So it's kind of like that. So like obviously like I had like
He admired my posting history from afar for years. Yeah.
that's actually true. Like there's actually like there are certain people you look at for their posting, and like if you see like a name on like a thread that started, you're like, okay, this is gonna be like at least like decent or whatever, or like like innocuous enough.
It's the wave. I'm gonna skip this one.
Yeah. But yeah, you see like certain people's posts, like like you become fans. Like I've never met Glue. Like I know Glue lives in like the Boston area, I think. Same with like Morgan and Jeff, who used to be like the Dills before like you couldn't like remember his goddamn password. But like so I know all like we all do if you're on there enough. Like enough people vicariously, I guess, through their nom de pleurs or whatever. But when we looked into like to moving to Richmond, I had reached out to John and LJ, who also uses basically their legal name on VLV as well.
A lot of Richmond folks use their fucking names.
Corey uses it. Jeff uses his name.
Kyle,
Jefferson, like Kyle. Like
Jefferson,
for some reason, everyone here just uses their. That's my name. I'm going to use it.
Richmond anymore.
The land of username imagination.
Yeah. We're so clever here.
Real original.
Yeah. But I was hitting them up and I was like, hey, so like what is like we're looking to move down here. We don't want to move into an area that's being like actively gentrified or whatever. Like basically like where can we move that wouldn't fuck with other people? Like where can we have like the least amount of impact? Who should we work for? Who do we trust? Who do we not trust?
Where do I buy the good, clean drugs?
Where do I buy the good, clean drugs? Which is like I found out it's from like an old lady that makes like edibles, and like we buy them from someone that then sells them to us, kind of thing. But
scrub that. Cut
that. That's another. You watch it too?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. But anyway, so had asked both like John and LJ specifically about like things, and they were both super helpful and super informative.
I remember I made you like a big list of like restaurants like do not work for these people.
Yeah.
Like,
and then like LJ had kind of corroborated that as well, because her partner had been in the service industry for like a very long time, up until like fairly recently, but kind of confirmed all that stuff. And then so we kind of move here blind because like we're in Vermont, can't necessarily go see a house. So like this is like another story. Like I met some other people at basically like a whiskey distillery touring camp called Camp Run Amok, where you go to Kentucky and you like tour whiskey distilleries, and you can basically like while out for 5 days, or you can actually like learn a bunch of stuff. And I was like the dickhead that went home with like 10 pages of notes, because I was like, I'm actually gonna like try to make the most of this. And I was also working 2 jobs at the time in Vermont, so I was like, this is the most sleep I'm going to get for like in this like foreseen future. So like went to this thing and was like in Louisville, Kentucky, met a few people that are from here that like one of whom is like in a band with John actually.
Oh, you were there the same year as Brent? I knew.
It was like the second year up there. Yeah. But like so we like knew like some people from here. So checked with them, came down to visit, and then eventually when we moved here, I think like the first day we were here, like we'd like, oh sorry, getting back to what I was saying. So we had when we came down to visit, we had stayed with a friend that we had met at that Camp Roanoke whiskey like distillery tour thing, and had their partner Chris look at a house for us to basically like see if it was like legit or not. And he was like, yeah, it's like an old house, but it's like fine or whatever. And like turns out the house like sucked fucking like the absolute most whatever you want to say. And it was like a terrible house. Like there was a period in that house, like the first year we were there, for 3 months we were confined to the top floor of the house. It was like a 2-story house, but it was like all the bedrooms were upstairs kind of thing. But like
everybody I know that had like a house or apartment in that area of Chimbo just had nightmarish stories.
For like 3 months we were confined basically to our room on emergency heat. Like the thing, like the thermostat even said like emergency heat.
Break glass
and the fucking seriously. And like the fucking the landlord, like the owner of the house, lived in Florida, so they didn't give a shit kind of thing.
Holy shit, was it you, Blimp?
Blimp.
Yeah.
Is this true?
I got a little.
Oh, it's so cold. Is this the weaponized ice?
Yeah.
Oh no. No. Anyways, long story short, had a partner of a friend check this house out, moved here. First day we were here, like unpacked the U-Haul into the house, went to where John was working at the time. And like this is all getting back to how we know each other. So went back to where John was working at the time, which was a brewery. And we were talking about a couple things. And he had asked a question because he was like working behind the bar, and I said something. And then he said, and I quote, "Rockin'." And then like without like hesitating, I was like, is that a reference to Time Chasers from Mystery Science Theater's 3000?
And it was.
It
really was. And I was like,
wow.
This guy knows.
Serendipitous.
John actually has the robots tattooed on his leg.
Yeah.
But what I told him later, this is also another crazy weird web thing, was that while we were living in Vermont, I was living in a town called Bristol, which is like a small town that had like literally a single stoplight. And it was like the big town in the 3-town area. But I worked in a town called Middlebury, which has like a larger college there about 15 miles away. But the main actor from that movie actually lived in that town. The guy that played Nick Miller, and I can't remember his name, but he was actually married to someone that both my wife and I worked at a restaurant. So if you've ever seen that MST3K episode of Time Chasers, the guy with the big chin,
one of the best.
It's literally is one of the best.
One of my favorite MST
episodes.
ones.
Yeah, but yeah, like I knew that dude personally, and I like showed John like a picture of like them hanging out. That I had like.
I was a little starstruck. I was like,
Yeah.
I can't believe you got to meet him, man. What a shitty movie he was in.
But yeah.
The Time Chaser.
But anyways, from that moment, from when he said like rock in, I was like, okay, so I actually like this guy like a lot more than I thought I did. Which was not a little. It was a decent amount.
Yeah, it was a low bar.
So. We started chilling. We have dinners from time to time.
Yeah.
We played Death Stranding together.
Yeah.
And then COVID happened. And I didn't see him for like a year.
And then we played Ghost of Tsushima together.
Then we played Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah. And then actually like the next night after like John, like we like went to go see John and his work. Actually, we went and had dinner with LJ and her partner at the restaurant that I actually have been working at basically since I started here since I moved here 3.5 years ago. And yeah, so like I met like a few Richmond people kind of right off the bat, and then like as time kind of went on, met the rest of them.
After COVID, sort of like restrictions started getting lifted. We had a little VLV play date with user Corey and Jeff B. It was like one of my first like outings, like non-work related outings. That was a lot of fun.
Sweet. Yeah, I was gonna ask. So we got the written tables basically. I was gonna ask who y'all know. I mean, and Andon, feel free to talk about, or either of you. I mean,
I feel like I just talked a lot.
Okay.
Let John
Okay.
talk for a second.
Yeah. Okay. 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 But yeah, I mean, just
in
like who you all know in real life, and can give anybody a shout out on the board here.
In terms of Richmond folks, I think I know, at least have met most of them. I got to be honest, although I've known LJ's partner for forever, I don't think I've ever actually met LJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was like drunk from like 21 to 32. So like I could have very easily have met her and been a total prick, you know. So apologies to LJ. Red Dwarf just moved here not too long ago with his wife. They live shockingly close to us too, just on the
the
other side of Forest.
They also lived in the same house that we lived in that they used to live in.
Keeping that house in the family.
Yeah.
Cool. Shouts out Red Dwarf. He actually hosts not only one of the best tool on VLV, which is the search thing that he built.
Yeah.
But he also hosts this podcast on that same
He
server.
does.
Hell yeah.
So
He also had a birthday not too long ago, so happy belated birthday. I was going to give him a pedal, but he has all of like the pedals. I was like, shit, what do I get?
I'm trying to think who else I know. I've met so many people over the years through like so many people that like don't even post anymore, so it's hard to keep up because there was a time period where
I think all of Stop It at one point used to like post, and now none of them do.
Like there was a time period where VLV was a very useful resource for booking tours
in Richmond.
And so I have buddies up in Rhode Island that I met through VLV, and I don't think any of them post anymore, but I keep in touch with all of them. I'm trying to think.
Richmond always seemed like it might be the number one contingency of VLV posters. I mean, there was just a lot, I felt
like per capita, maybe like based on this, because we're a small city.
Maybe like active posters.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure like a larger city would have like more like
New York,
posters, but
LA, Austin, Chicago probably have more posters, but like that's it's a much larger, those are such large cities that it is kind of weird that like I could probably name 12 active VLV posters from this town off the top of my head. Like whether maybe they don't live here anymore, but like Kyle lives in Philly. J Russ lives in Brooklyn. J Russ, I don't think posts. J Russ.
I see J Russ from time to time. Like JRUSS.
Yeah.
Is there anybody
that said, the Richmond VLV thread is still VLV RVA 2016, which
hasn't been updated.
Nobody make a new thread, please.
We fucked up. We restarted the Austin one too much. We need is there anybody in Richmond that you recognize, like a username that you recognize that you haven't met but thought that you would like to be like, who is that person? I wonder.
Well, I want to meet all of them. I wouldn't mind meeting LJ because she has actually
a legitimately good person.
I've hit her I follow her on Instagram, and I've hit her up occasionally for contractor, right? Like she recommended a plumber that kicked ass, and I think she recommended a contractor that kicked ass.
She also does actual legitimate good work for the community, and is actively involved in making the city better, which is cool.
Unlike me, I'm
freeloading in the I work
posted up like a mailbox.
Here. But no, she's super active in all of this, and it's rad as fuck. Everyone in Richmond's cool as hell, but LJ, props to her for actually doing things that I give a shit about.
I'm trying to think of other Richmond. There's some Richmond posters that I haven't met. I think there's one 1875 dime or something.
That's actually so from here.
I think so. I think they do. I assume everyone's
from Richmond.
Yeah, I turned 42 in a week or two. I assume everybody that I haven't met or everybody is 19.
Yeah.
So I just I haven't met them. They'll probably have pressure to meet you. I think Kai is from Richmond, or I think Kai lives in Richmond.
Oh, cool.
Now go ahead and list off all the people you think have been in Richmond.
I do remember one time Kark when I think he posted this when he was SVC. Was he SVC?
Mhm.
When
Yeah,
I think
that's
he
right.
was passing through Richmond and was with a band or something, and he mentioned that he ate at the restaurant that I was working at, that I was bartending at, and said it was terrible, the service sucked, and he tipped 20%.
So in other words, like regardless of what you think of like Kark's posting, decent person.
Yeah,
At least
yeah,
with regards to that.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
he was like, I think he was like, oh, I like yesterday I ate at, you know, that restaurant or something. And I was working and I remember like an out of town band coming through and pitching up for that. So I was like,
An out of town man.
Yeah, you can always tell at that place, like, you know, a bunch of dudes with black band t-shirts all together, a big
Like us right now.
sketchy van pulls up in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, people.
Everything's
looking
painted over so you can't
confused,
see the fucking,
bored.
It's like
ass inside.
the fucking family from Near Dark just watched it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to get this because potentially maybe there's something good behind it. But Andon, you had something to ask John about Roanoke?
Yes.
Real quick to backtrack though, and I will come back to that.
Okay.
Insofar as people that post from Oklahoma or at
Yeah.
least Oklahoma City, there are a few. I don't think many of them actually posted more, so I don't want to say the names, but like pretty much everyone that from Oklahoma that had posted, I knew. And like there was someone from like Stillwater, like Oklahoma City and Stillwater, about an hour apart, 45 minutes apart, or whatever. But like someone from Stillwater actually posted, and that I always thought that was kind of strange. Like, why are you still in this weird city? But what's funny is that like a lot of people also in Oklahoma, but a lot of people in Oklahoma City also use like they're just fucking names. Like one person, and I'm not gonna say who they are because they're probably not on VLV anymore. But like it was like their last name and then their first name as their username.
That's clever.
As opposed to like
Mixing
their
it
full name.
up.
Yeah. But the question I wanted to ask you, and I had been like saving this because I've been thinking about it. Did you remember a band called Kakistocracy from Roanoke?
They weren't from Roanoke. They're from Johnson City, Tennessee. No, they were from
Johnson City, Tennessee.
Yeah. Were they from Oklahoma City?
The drummer Jason was from Oklahoma City.
Jason,
bigger dude, glasses.
because they moved to Asheville. They ended up in Asheville.
Maybe it was Asheville is where they ended up. But do you remember that band though?
Yeah, the first house show I ever went to in my entire life was Suppression, Idi Amin, Kakistocracy, Flesh Eating.
That's fucking sick. Because one of the first shows I actually went to when I was like an early teen was Kakistocracy in like the late 90s.
So they were,
and they were good.
I mean, I thought they were incredible.
They are.
But in hindsight, they were probably awful. They had like
I'll say I've actually
hawks and like all the punk hair, and I remember like they started playing the opening riff to Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Yep.
And then like like the drums kicking like and then everything stops and his feedback, and he grabs the mic and he goes, and then they play like a short shitty punk song. And then I forgot about that band entirely until one year I was at the fest
until
in
just
Gainesville,
now.
and I was like, holy shit, Kakistocracy is playing, and like, so I was like, that can't be the same band. And I went, and they were like DB, like they sounded like From Ashes Rise. They were really, really
that's
good.
what they are basically.
Yeah.
But like I've actually, so that is a band that was one of like the first like shows I went to in the like late 90s. No, I guess I've been to a few. That was one of the first shows I went to at like a local like venue that did like DIY shows instead of like in a park or like in like someone's house or whatever. But it was Kakistocracy and this band called the God's Hate Kansas, which was Ernst from New Disorder, I think was the record label maybe, but he was also in Jack Acid. Anyways, they were on tour together. But I remember seeing Kakistocracy and be like, this is sick.
They played Roanoke, all the time.
Yeah, they actually recorded one of the albums in Roanoke because I looked it up on Discogs. But like I was talking to them after I'd sing them, like in Oklahoma City in like '99, and then they came back to tour like through like a year or two later, and their drummer Jason was actually from Oklahoma City or from Oklahoma. And there's like actual like there's if you look on YouTube, there's like videos of his old band playing. but the band was called Citizens Oppression Project, COP.
I get it.
Yeah, I get
Yeah, I
it.
get it.
But like they had like it was,
Wait, what does that spell?
yeah. Oh, hold on. But it was pretty good for like Oklahoma music at the time.
There,
But they had a song called "Refuse to Kneel" in COP.
was it about Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They predicted the future.
Yeah.
Prophetic. Holy shit.
Yeah, they were precogs. And then Cactus Toxie also had a song. And I remember asking Jason, like, because like he and I used to like email. This is like back in the early days of the internet. You know, like you'd email like the band member and you'd be like, hey, what's like, is this song the same? Whatever. He's like, they're different, but it's like the same name or whatever.
Did he have blonde dreads?
Maybe at one point.
I want to say that
He had glasses. Did he have
ended up-
glasses?
I want to say
You have glasses.
I do. I want to say that he ended up in Asheville booking at a place that I can't remember the name of, the auditorium. And I want to say
Just
that,
a school auditorium.
like odd, like ODD, like it's weird. And he was in a band that we played with maybe within the last 5 years called Autark, and they were like kind of like a crusty DB kind of band.
So in Citizens Oppression Project, he played bass and then he moved to drums. And so he did like half the vocals in Cactus Toxie or whatever. But there is like that, they have like that classic like DB sound where it's like the mids are scooped, but like everything else, like the recording production on it, like actually sounds like really good. That song Refuse to Kneel is actually like it's a ripper. I was listening to it like 2 days ago because I was like on like an Iconic Rice thing, and then I was listening to Osrot, and then I was like, well, I'll go ahead and just put this band on.
You're a punk as fuck.
No. I ordered an Osrotten shirt from like Anarch and Peace in like 99 or 2000. Yeah.
20 years ago.
I spent like $70 on it, which wasn't a lot of money back in the day, and I never got any of those shirts. Yeah,
Classic.
they used to have that list of like, here's the orders we're working on, and like my name was on there. Like it never happened.
You're better off. There aren't any like old pictures of you in high school with an Osrotten shirt.
Do you have a shirt?
No, I don't know if I've ever knowingly heard Osrotten.
Really?
Yeah, I know
they got some tracks.
It's a black band shirt kind of band. I feel like I should
like this this group chat we're in right now.
Yeah, it's right up my alley.
Black shirt, white print.
There's a lot of like important or like seminal bands that I don't think I've never knowingly heard Cro-Mags.
Wow.
I've heard Cro-Mags. I've never actively listened to them.
I've actively listened to John Joseph's book on tape like 3 or 4 times now. It's
interesting.
It's hysterical and amazing. But I'm sure at some point I've been working in a kitchen where
Antischism's playing, and he was like, "Who is this?"
Now I've heard Antischism. What's I've never heard Citizen Fish.
Which Citizen
I've never.
Aren't they a ska band? But like they're the ska band that every punk kid actually pretended to like.
I feel like no. I think I may be taking crazy pills, but I think like Unpersons is another band related to Cactus Toxie. But there was Citizen Fish, and there was one other Subhumans. I think those two bands.
Subhumans, I think is
those two bands both had like there was like a UK band, and then there was like the US band, and like I think on opposite sides of both of them, like one was better than the other, objectively.
Awkward.
Yeah.
I've
it depended on which issue of Profane Existence you read, I guess.
I've got such a blind spot with punk and hardcore stuff. Like I've never heard Crass and like just so many bands. I don't know why that band popped in my head, but
I mean, I feel like if you've made it this long without hearing Crass, you're not going to hear Crass and be like, "Holy shit!"
You're probably going to live an extra few years.
Yeah,
cool.
Every like 5 or 6 years, I'll put on a Crass song and be like, "I remember Crass," and then I'm good for another 5 or 6 years.
I'll think about Crass, and then I'll put on like a Flex of Pink Indians record and be like, "Okay, this is a little bit
bigger than light bouncing, baby."
Yeah. I spoke about it before, but I kind of went straight into like Christian metalcore, which was the style at the time where I'm from in the Panhandle of Florida. But and you kind of were touching on it a second ago, but I'm curious, kind of how you guys entered the punk world. Like what kind of, like back in the day when you joined VLV, let's say, early 2000s, what kind of shows were you going to? Kind of bands were you rocking? Shit like that.
I'm older, so yeah.
You
I'll always go first because I'm older.
Respect
your elders. I got into in Roanoke was because it was a really small town, and it's like 3.5 hours away from Richmond.
Is it really that far away?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, I don't know, there's like some other smaller mid-sized cities in North Carolina, like Greensboro is maybe 2 hours away. Winston-Salem's, like it's not really near anything. So a lot of the sort of the bands there was a document, I think it was like American Hardcore or some sort of hardcore documentary where they interview Husker Du, and they were talking about like when you're in New York or LA or Chicago or whatever, you're in these like giant rivers of creativity and punk, and like the further and further away you get from those cities, you have to dig further and further underground to get to the water. And then when you get like out in the middle of nowhere, it's just a little fucking trickle. And Roanoke had that sort of like the big band when I was in like getting into stuff with this band called Swank, which was, they had ska parts, a horn section, hardcore, like screamy, like kind of screamo style parts, faster punk parts, like funk, wah pedal funk breakdown. It was just like
Fishbone.
I kind of Fishbone-ish, yeah. And then the other big band was Suppression, which was like power violence, and they would play shows together, and like Frodis and Hot Water Music would play there. Boy Sets Fire used to come through all the time. I didn't see any of those bands because that was like a week before my time. And so there were just like a lot of like kind of goofy, weird bands, and Roanoke really seemed like kind of the place where if you couldn't get a show in Richmond, or if you were trying to find something between Richmond and like Nashville or Louisville,
like a place to get grass and like crash, basically.
Yeah, basically, like you can, if you know Jason from Suppression, or like the Swank kids all moved off to go to college, but like, so I did see some incredible. I saw His Hero Is Gone in Roanoke, and I saw like Drift and Jonah, and like some bands that I thought were just fucking amazing. And then the Crime Think dudes would come up from Greensboro and Table, which is, I was hoping he would have called in by now, but that's where I got my first copy of the Unabomber's Manifesto at the Crime Think table.
I thought you were gonna be like Days of War, Nights of Love.
Well, that came
also
out,
pick that up.
That came out
like
after
paycheck on Crime Think.
Yeah, I remember. I remember specifically what I bought at the table. I bought an inside front zine with a CD in it, the comp that had the One Life Crew song on it, and like before they were racist, quote unquote. And I bought the Damnation AD Misericordia 10-inch, and then there was like a shit ton of free literature, like Vegan Action, How to Be Anarchist, just all this.
Use like frying oil.
Yeah, just like a bunch of stuff that like tons of free zines that I was just gobbling it all up. And one of them was the Unabomber's Manifesto, and I was like, this is weird. This guy like killed a bunch of people kind of recently, right? And they were like, it's got a lot of great ideas. It's like, I'll check it out. There's the internet. The internet doesn't exist. I'm fucking I'll check it out. And so like I was in a band in Roanoke, and we wanted to tour, and we wanted to like put out records, and it was an emo band. We were called Marion Delgado, because in the 90s you could just name your band a fucking random person's name. And people would be like, oh, that's fucking cool. And we moved up to Richmond.
It worked for Ethel Musser, so
yeah, and Yaphet Kotto, I mean, famously. Yeah. But yeah, we moved up to Richmond, and then once you're in Richmond, it's sort of just like there's the first summer I lived here, I was at like a house show like every fucking night, or Twister's sort of famous old school venue. Just like that was sort of when Strike Anywhere was popping off, and
which is a band I never actually honestly got into.
I
don't dislike them. I just never it just never clicked for me.
I'm definitely not melodic hardcore kind of guy, but like at the time, like going to see Strike Anywhere in like a gymnasium or a small tiny venue,
Small
like
gymnasium.
a smaller gymnasium,
Smaller gymnasium.
like back when they only had like the EP out, or when their first that first record on J Tree came out. I saw them in an armory.
They were in J Tree.
An armory in Harrisonburg with like a City Caterpillar, and it was just they were just an incredible live. I'm sure they still are an incredible live band, but like I did catch Strike Anywhere to the last fest I went to, and I was like, this will be great. I haven't seen them in so long. Like I know a couple of the dudes and friends with them, and I was like, this will be great. And they started playing, and I watched them for about half an hour. I'm like, oh yeah, they've got like 7 albums out since the last time.
Yeah.
Like I don't know any of these.
I don't know
any
of these songs.
That was probably the fest that I saw them at. It was like
in that 8 Seconds place or whatever. What was that?
Yeah. I think so.
What year was that?
It was probably
like 07, 08 or something like that.
Like fest,
no.
like 5 through.
No, this would have
7
been
or something
with
like
my
that.
current band. This would have been like 2017 or something.
Was it the fest?
Shit. Okay.
Was it? I was just saying, was it the fest that Painted Black played in a rental van or not?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You remember that? It was like fest 6 or 7 or whatever.
I played the fest over 10 times, and they all blur
Jesus
together
Christ.
in like just a bit. It's the same thing with like Richmond used to have Best Friends days, and like because it was.
I have a koozie from it, or rather the
Did I
old
leave
house.
that at your house too?
It's at the house we all used to live in.
Yeah,
I think it's still behind the dryer. Like I found it and I just put it back in.
those were such like crazy party weekends that like.
Oh, for sure, man.
I remember seeing like incredible bands and having incredible times. But like, if you were to be like, what fest was that? I'd be like, I don't know. Fest 3 through 16.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's wild.
It's a hodgepodge for me as well. Like when I think of the fest, there's like, fight with the girlfriend in there somewhere. Like
they played like Fest 9, right?
Yeah.
That was when they were touring on that first.
Their second album came out. It was a little different.
Yeah. Like a fight of assuredly about nothing, just because we were kids and drunk.
Yeah, they
and
played like Fest.
we were both just like shouting past each other, like are just wasted and not making any sense. And
I probably walked by you guys and was like,
yeah. Yeah, fucking standing
like,
in a backyard somewhere. Yeah, all blur.
I remember petting a horse. We went to this after party one year, and I, was just like, been drinking for fucking days at this point, and like this party is like out of control, and like some bands were gonna play, but like they like physically couldn't get people out of the house to get the equipment in or something like that. They were just like, yeah, we just can't. We like physically cannot have bands play, and cops.
Everyone's asleep.
Yeah. Cops show up to break up the party, and they're on horses. And of course, I'm just like, I'm going to pet a fucking horse. So I walk out, and I'm like, can I pet your horse? And the cop's like, yeah, just don't touch his face. He gets real squirrely. So I immediately just start stroking his nose. It's like, good horsey. And the horse is fucking chill. And he's like, I said don't. All right, everybody. And I turn around, and it looks like Night of the Living Dead. All these like drunk people being like,
was this one of those like
following my lead?
One of those like 8 a.m. shows.
This had to have been like 3:30 in the morning, and everybody just saw me petting a horse and was like, me too, and like
I'll like pet this horse.
A dozen zombies trying to take this horse down, and then I was like, well, I fucked up. I got to get out of here.
Yeah,
dipped.
The man who pet a horse.
So that's roughly
where you're coming from.
How I got here.
I just really, you said the band Suppression. I actually got to see them. They like restarted the band for a minute with Ryan Parrish on drums.
Yeah, so I don't think they ever stopped being a band. Like,
okay.
so
They just didn't do anything for a while.
no, I think they've been playing pretty. So like, I was talking to a buddy about this the other day at work. Like, in Roanoke, they were like a full band, and I think the drummer from Coleman, who had a split with Three Studies, like moved to Roanoke and like played with them for a while. He went by Hog, and it was like, you know, 2 guitar players, Jason on bass, drummer, and then like a guy with it's like a contact mic running into a pedal board.
Yeah,
miking like a gas tank that he was hitting with dildos, and like just like, you know, amazing noisy fucking power violence. And then they moved up to Richmond, and then I would always see them on flyers and stuff and be like, oh, I should go check out Suppression. And then just years went by, and I finally saw them, and it was Ryan Parrish and Jason, and that was it, just bass and drums, and they sound like Lightning Bolt, and I was like, well, I don't need to see a lightning bolt, man, with like power violence.
That's not lightning bolt.
Yeah. I mean, I never really got into lightning bolt. I don't know. That was a weird thing. And then somebody told me that they sort of got back into sort of a power violence sort of thing. And I almost went to see them with a like Contusion a month or two ago, but it was at a really shitty venue that I don't want to name. Whatever, is Garden Grove. I don't like going to shows in Garden Grove. Have you been?
Never been there.
That's
a
whack place.
I did go to Strange Matter actually the summer before we came here, and then of course it closed down in like the end time before we moved here, which was a bummer because
who'd you see?
Piranha Rama.
Oh,
they had like an album release show, and then I happened to like that was another like weird going back to like a Richmond connection thing. Like we're there hanging out with a friend of ours that I met at like in Louisville at that Camp Roanoke thing. We're hanging out. I happen to look over and I'm like, I think that's Jareska. I was like, I think that's Adam Jareska.
He's a very recognizable dude.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I hadn't seen him, and
that is Artemal.
Yeah, there it is. But I hadn't seen him in like 15 years since we had played a show with him. And I was like, I think that's him. And so like I looked it up on my phone. I was like, okay, yeah, that's him. And I was like, hey, what's up? And like I mentioned the show. I was like, hey, you played to like 15 people, and like I was like the opening
I was number 14.
Yeah, I was number 14. I was like the opening band, super influential for me at the time. But I just want to say, like, I really appreciate your musical output. Hope whatever you're doing is going, because he was like just doing like Decades Failures at the time. This was before like any of the other stuff that he's been doing lately. And he's like, oh yeah, I remember that show or whatever. It's like, how do you remember a show with like 15 people when you were apparently, according to John Martin over here, drunk all the time? Which that's a story we should get into.
So when I went on tour with Stop It, I was drunk all the time, and so
But you just broken edge.
I had just broken edge and was like,
and it would tell why were you brought up?
So my emo band Marion Delgado had a 2-week tour planned, and it was actually going to be a great tour. We had like multiple shows with a party of helicopters booked, and this band we had heard a demo of. We had like 4 shows with some band called Circle Takes a Square, and we were like, that's a great name. How could they're probably good. And
the first album was good.
At the time I probably enjoyed it, but I
was a big fan of them at the time.
That thing that 1 or 2 songs they put out like 10 years later and then haven't done anything in the last 10 years was also good.
Yeah.
It was like dated by the time it came out, but it was still like you could like appreciate the fact that it's like, oh, they're trying to sound like this other thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, we broke up, and we had played a lot of shows with Jeff from Stop It's old band Flashbulb Memory. And like I knew like Stop It had just played their first show. Their first show was our last show. We didn't know it was our last show, but it was a Halloween show at our house.
Oh, what happened?
Our guitar player quit. He had some mental health issues, as it turns out, and is no longer with us. And he was a great dude. And so Jeff came over to my house and was like, hey, you got that tour book still? I was like, I was about to start canceling those shows. He's like, don't cancel them. How about you just tell them like, hey, like we can't play, but this band Stop It can play in our place. And I was like, I'll do that if I can go with you. And they're like, deal. But I was straight edge. So I'm sure I don't know if I was like, I will drive for you so you guys can
You were
party.
like deal, and also I'm straight edge.
Yeah, or if they just assumed because I was like the straight edge guy that they would automatically
never seen
have
a bottle of
a designated driver. So I emailed this. I think this was like maybe one of the first tours that we had done exclusively using email. It was probably 2001, had to have been 2001. Yeah. And so I was emailing everybody, and the majority of is my dog being an asshole?
Yeah, I'm trying to pet it. No, it's not being an asshole.
The majority
Your dog
of
is
the
good.
shows were like, okay, thanks, but that band can't play. Like there was no band camp. There wasn't time to get like a demo in the mail to them or something like that. Like there were a few shows where they were like, yeah, sure, fucking great. And then but the majority of them were just like, no, they can't. So we like went on that tour, but like the night before we left, I broke edge. Like we left because everybody was in college, so we left like December 26th and December 25th. It was like me and two of my roommates were like home alone on Christmas with, in this big punk house. We were the only three people there. And two of us were straight edge and the other guy was not. And he's like, well, I kind of want to just like get a 12-pack and just like drink some beer. You guys want some beer? And we were like, fuck it. So like me and my buddy Cole broke edge, and and like the next day, like I forget how he even knows.
He mentions in the stop and thread that everyone was bummed.
They were bummed. Like I like got in the van and they were all like, hey,
per the record,
like we heard you tied one on last night. So I guess you're not gonna be driving. Like, there goes our sober, I don't know if they were goofing on me or whatever. I had just turned 21. They were a year to 2 or 3 years older than me, and I didn't really know a lot of them very well. And I was definitely the guy that was getting teased the most on that tour, and like was really, really bummed out.
Sorry, it just looks like you have a bloody nose in the thing. No, it's fine. What is that?
What is that? And do I have a bloody nose? Do you have a bloody nose? Holy shit! No, I'm fine. Okay, it's weird looking, I guess.
Yeah. It does look all right.
It does.
Maybe I
popped a zit.
Oh.
Yeah. So I like. I was by the end of that tour, I was like, I don't really like any of these guys. They hurt my feelings.
Which is like that's unfortunate.
Well, I mean, like I think.
Like, and I mean that as like an actual like legitimate stuff. Like it's a bummer to be like oh, these people are like cool, and you're like, oh, they kind of it
didn't
hurt
take
me a
long
bit.
for like individually. I think over time, I think every single one of them was sort of like, hey, no hard feelings. Were we a dick? Like I remember Barker, the other roadie, was I think the first one to be like, hey, sorry if we were kind of mean and sort of whatever. But like, I played in a band with Brennan and Tyler and good terms with all of them. I love all those guys, and they're a phenomenal band. I could have just also have been like a really sensitive fucking 21-year-old and did not know their sense of humor.
Oh, you still are. It's okay.
It's all right.
It's okay.
I just don't. I don't know. They just were mean to me. I'm glad we're talking about it while being recorded.
I remember another good friend, like one of our other like good friends together, like mentioned that they were on tour with him playing some shows, and one of them had a member of staff. I'm not gonna say who, but like a member of staff that had like stuck their straw all the way through their big gulp, and then like it had been like just like spilling out, and they were just so drunk.
Like through the bottom?
Yeah, through the bottom or something like that. And there was like, there's a hole in the cup or something like that. And there's like drunk saying that on like the fucking like curb of a 7-Eleven. That band fucking rules.
They played some terrible fucking shows on that tour. Some of the worst. I mean, they played great, but like just some of the worst show. Like we show up to like a country western bar, and they're playing with like country western cover bands, and it's just like
Lucero's headlining.
I know, like not even that. Like Jimmy Dean and the Truck Stop Boys, like kind of bullshit. Like every Friday night they're gonna play for 3 fucking hours, and like just like like there's some really memorable times seeing them on that tour. There's one show in particular where they played, and I think it was one of the only shows that was ours that didn't get canceled. It was in West Virginia. I don't know where, but it was like snowing outside and like a community center kind of Elks Lodge kind of place. And they played, and it was like they were just like lights out. They were only playing songs off the demo. They were basically playing the demo start to finish, and it was like unbelievable. And I remember Juresco, like if he had like his hands were shaking, and he was like, I think that's the best show I've ever played in my life. And it was like there were like a ton of kids there because it was a small town. And people were, in West Virginia, it's like, fucking, I'll drive 45 minutes to a show. Like, there's not going to be another show for a couple of, months or whatever. And so it was, it was packed, and it was like snowing outside. And it was just like a really, like a cool time to see a good band on their first tour. And then other times it was sort of like, this is miserable. And yeah, I'm sorry, this was one of our shows. My fault, guys.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
Your like picturesque like show in the snow, which like sounds fucking awesome. Like there's just like visualizing it in my head just sounds like unreal or whatever. But like they also like they played like 6 songs whenever I played with them in like 2003 or whatever, and it was like like one of the best shows of my life. And it was just insane. Like, and they were playing again like 15 people in the back like upstairs area of like and I say upstairs isn't like up 2 stairs.
Yeah.
Like area of like a record shop, and it was like unreal.
I think I said in the Stop It thread, they have played some of the best and worst sets I've ever seen in my life.
That's fair.
Especially like at my house.
I've only seen one, so that one was really good.
At my house, where there used to be shows in Richmond, like we were all fucking young party boys. And
okay, Mr. Richmond.
Nice.
Yeah, so I was like, I've seen it all, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of fucking basements in Richmond, which is a cool thing.
This house has a basement.
Yeah, guess what isn't a cool thing? Basements, because they flood. Yeah. Florida has it figured out, my man.
Well, that side of the coin, maybe not so much, but
do you guys have a crawl space?
We got a crawl space.
Okay, yeah. Don't get a basement, man.
okay.
I like a basement.
I don't think you can just get one. Like they just,
you know what? I'm not so sure.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah. You gotta apply yourself.
You can just get a basement.
And you gotta apply yourself and apply for permits.
Yeah, you gotta work hard.
And get those and
bear down.
Deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
Way.
Yeah, maybe if I was trying to be if I was like still 22, but like quickly going to some weird wannabe punk sage, like elder punk sage dude, I'd buy a house and just turn it into a basement, build it and they will come shit or whatever.
Yeah.
We kind of did that in Oklahoma City whenever we were running the dinner club. Like I used to run in a dinner club. And so we ran it out of this like 3-story house that like first floor we would do like service like for like 14 people a night, and then like the next 2 floors were just like people like living there. It's like extra rooms, and there was like an attic or whatever, like a loft. But in the basement there was nothing really going on, so we would have band practice down there. And so after the dinner club was done, like we all like moved in there, and then we just started having shows in the basement. So keep the dream alive.
All right. Wow. I've just been inspired.
There will never be.
And it was also like a 3,000 square foot house.
Ooh,
it was old as fuck, but it was like 3,000 square foot for $1,400 a month. Now, granted, those square feet are like divided across. Like
those are Oklahoma square feet.
Yeah, those are Oklahoma square feet.
That's different.
Yeah.
So, kind of. Yeah, I mentioned the basement thing because I had gone to Richmond it was 2 or 3 years, like you were saying, John. Best Friends Day. I was for Best Friends Day, or I think it was mostly to go to that, but just drunken blackout days, right? So they're all kind of a blur. So I couldn't differentiate like my trips to Richmond. I just kind of count them all as like one collective memory or whatever.
Can I ask where you were living at the time?
Yeah, I was in Tallahassee. So I grew up in
okay.
Yeah, I grew up in Pensacola. I lived in my friends around here started a band. I lived with TIE Fighter on the board at the time. He was a drummer of this band called City of Ships.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
They used to live at the Bone Zone. I was trying to do this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was Boney for sure.
That City of Ships was a good band. That they had that one riff that was like real good.
Yeah, dude. They had two riffs.
Was he the original drummer?
Yeah. He was
Okay.
he was the original drummer. He left the band for an album or two, a few tours in there because he had moved to Austin and
he had that green Mylar clear drum set.
Yeah, that Fibes. Yeah. He still has that. And
yeah,
it's a nice one. But he was so him and the two brothers that are good friends of ours started that band while me and him, TIE Fighter, were living together in Pensacola. We were like 19. It was like when I first moved out of my house. We totally trashed my girlfriend. We lived with my girlfriend, the three of us, and we totally trashed this place. Like just like threw a kegger the first night we were there, like New Year's Eve shit. Like eventually her mom like did a straight up like when we got home. I came home one day to like my shit on the lawn, basically. Like my computer just like disassembled out on the lawn. I was like, fuck. Had to live with my grandmother after that. But that's beside the point. After that, I moved to Tallahassee, and they were kind of looking for a place as a young band, to move. I think that was like cool for bands that wanted to tour or just like be a part of a local scene that had shit going on more than Destin, Pensacola, which is a lot of places. But I don't exactly remember how Richmond got in their mind, but they just straight up moved to Richmond and met Tim actually, okay, I know what it was. Tim Harwich. Do you know that guy?
Yeah, Tim
Forcefield Records. Yeah. He really funny dude, but
yeah, that guy's a scream.
Literally, he screams a lot, but at least from what I remember. But yeah, he wanted to put their records out, I think. So, and did. But so they moved up to Richmond. I moved to Tallahassee. Still, naturally, them being my very good friends, every year or two, I was like, I should come up and party in Richmond, and thus I did. And so, I think
how
for
far of a drive was it?
I did it so quick. It's actually kind of far. It's like it's between 9 and 11 hours. Yeah, because it's like 6 hours to Atlanta. 5 or 6 hours to Atlanta.
Like Oklahoma City, like Chicago, basically.
Like Jacksonville to Richmond is like I think like 9 or 10 hours.
Jesus.
Yeah. So it was quite a trek, but
I have some real good memories of seeing and playing with City of Ships, either the Bone Zone or like I think we played some like weird venues with them around town. They were great. I feel like they were on tour all the time.
Yeah, they were on the tour grind for sure. Andrew, the younger Jernigan brother, bass player in City Ships, and TIE Fighter, the drummer, lived in the basement of the Bone Zone, like for like $50 a month or something.
And that basement was not set up for people.
No, habitable life. Yeah,
it was just
there weren't just a bunch of like
concrete floor.
Yeah,
not even like it was like
Project Mayhem style.
Like there's only like bands can play here, and like if you want to sleep, I can't imagine where they were sleeping.
It was like a squatter zone, pretty much. It was, I mean, if there was a graffiti on the wall, like there should have been, and like it was just cold.
If there wasn't, there should have been.
Cold wall. Yeah, it's like there was. Yeah, that place was super super gnarly, and Yeah,
place for shows.
Tim's. I remember. I think the first. Yeah, it was cool for shows. The first time I came up, I remember Tim came home, or I showed up at the Bone Zone, and we're like all hanging out, and I drove a couple of my girlfriend at the time and a couple of their friends, and we were like ready to party, and Tim came home with 2 cases. I don't know if he got them from work or like stole them or something. I don't know. That guy's like a wild card for sure. But he brought home 2 cases of juice. Do you remember this drink?
Yeah.
It was the first. It was like right when energy, like toxic energy drink meets 12% malt liquor.
When juice came out, I had already sworn that off because of Sparks. I'd gotten it all in my system already.
Okay, yeah. See, I miss Sparks.
Yeah, for sure.
I missed the intel on that, and yeah. So we went fucking ham on juice and did Edward. It was the first time I ever played Edward's 40 hands. Edward 40 hands. If anybody out there doesn't know what that is, you tape. Well, go ahead. Correct me if I'm.
No. What you're gonna say is absolutely correct. I was gonna say when you're doing Edward 40 hands, you said you went ham on juice. I was gonna say, do you have like a ham taped to your one hand and then like a 40 taped to your other?
Oh yeah, just one of the old
like a Billy Madison kind of thing, Just
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
The juice was just in there somewhere. Like it was like the aperitif, I guess, to like keep us awake. But 40. So you duct tape 2 40s to your hands, and you can't, take them off until you get done drinking them. Which, as you can imagine, is kind of a problem if you have to urinate.
That's 80 ounces of liquid.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I've never played Edward 40 hands per se. I've always been the absolutely crucial person that secures the last, because like
you don't trust the person.
Well, not everybody can play. You either I only have 1 taped to my hand, and then how do I tape the other? You can't tape
20 hands.
So so there has to be 1 person who's taping them to people's hands. So I was always the person who was like, guys, I'm a hero. I'll tape these to your hands.
You're welcome.
And then I'll watch you guys try to pee.
For
the next 2 hours. I did see a guy smash 2 bottles together to like undo the tape so that he could go pee, and he cut himself pretty bad.
Did it work?
Oh yeah,
he peed. Did it work? Yeah, he got drunk and he peed.
Yeah.
only minor. He did not need stitches, to my knowledge.
He landed that plane on that aircraft.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
So yeah, I just remember getting blitzed and then walking around Richmond. What part of town would that be?
Oregon Hill.
Boneson. Oregon Hill. Okay, yeah.
233 South Laurel.
Yeah. I remember just walking into random people's basements, and this one basement had a like vert ramp, like half pipe vert ramps, like just like a skate jungle basically in their basement, and people were shredding and a band was playing, and I was like, this is the fucking sickest thing I've ever seen. And like I walked out of that party and like people were just chugging beer bongs from second stories and stuff, and I was like, god damn, this place is really insane.
Yeah.
And I'm from Tallahassee. It's like I was kind of that's more of like a college frat bro kind of thing, and not saying that doesn't exist in Richmond, but I was never really a part of that, so I didn't go to any, like the punk parties where I'm from, I guess, weren't as unhinged as I saw in Richmond. I was like, for the first time I was like seeing like actual punk kids like going off like harder than I'd ever seen before.
Richmond is like, I mean, like somebody, I think Goth Brooks in the thread for the podcast said like Richmond is working part-time and living in a duplex, and I really think there was I mean, at least when I moved here, it was like, yeah, like I could like rent a room for like $150, $200 a month, like wash dishes 25 hours a week, make a minimum wage, and like just play in bands. And oh no, are we getting our first call?
Ooh, it's an 804 number too.
We're getting a call. Caller,
I was getting ready to say, I was a little insulted we hadn't gotten one yet.
I'm about to say the last thing is 69. That's not my phone number.
I was just reading a book on misinformation and social media, so I thought, what better reason to call John Richard Martin on a podcast? So, and I realized I'm a little late. My apologies, but I'm just excited to be a part of this community. Not to get political. Don't know what you talked about. Have no idea what's going on. Welcome to the call.
Yeah. Who is this? Caller, identify yourself.
Just like I'd rather not, because I like to lurk on the board, don't need to identify myself, much like in real life. I just want you to know I'm just happy that everything's happening.
Caller, you have anything you want to plug? You got a podcast of your own you want to plug?
Ooh.
I mean, our John Richmond Martin, you have a podcast called Road Rash, right?
I do.
Is that where you played the old Sega game, Road Rash?
You must be one of our fans. We call them Roadheads.
Yeah. There's I think 100 listeners from remember. Not that I've been behind the data, but no. It's what's up? What's on the docket?
We're doing season 2 of Road Rash, where we're talking about Rhode Island style food and mythology, and it's great.
I did listen to all of the first one.
Yeah. So this is all right. Let's be real. This is Brent Eystone. He's calling in to fuck with me. Hi, Eystone. Great to hear from you. It's been a long time.
Oh my God, what a pleasure.
Yeah.
That Road Rash podcast sounds really cool. I'm gonna go listen to it. Oh man, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Hey, just when you're looking up, remember road is spelled like Rhode Island, not like Road.
Oh,
so
that's smart.
ROAD.
That's smart. And where can I check this out?
Wherever you get your podcasts from.
Oh man, that's exciting. I'm gonna clear my plans this weekend. All right.
Yeah. Brent Eystone, are you going to Brent Eystone, are you going to that secret torch show at Cobra Cabana tomorrow night?
Yeah, Blimp, there's a secret torch show tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That apparently everyone fucking knows about.
Nobody knows about it. Oh, you already said. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no one knows about it. Sorry, no one knows about it.
Yeah.
That's coming in real hot. What? I will not be. I will not be.
That's right. I remember we didn't text about it because Brent, I haven't talked to you in a really long time.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah. I don't like where this bit's going.
Is there any dark operative?
And they were good. What'd you say?
I was just gonna. What's on the dark operative docket here?
What's your next release?
I think I can officially say a 12-inch of this podcast. So it's gonna be a LP set.
Oh wow! Sick.
Hell yeah, bro.
Man, big time.
Well, who's on the call? What do we got going? What have y'all been talking about?
We were talking a lot of talk about Richmond. The Bone Zone.
Yeah, we were just getting into some Best Friends Day kind of. Richmond is a wild place for punk partiers, kind of.
Yeah.
Do you have a story?
Yeah, caller. Where was your favorite? I'm gonna lift the veil. This is user Jeff B. from
yeah.
Local favorite.
Hey,
all right.
Jeff,
local,
my phone number
local,
also
yeah.
ends in 69.
What Jeff B? What was your favorite Richmond house show spot of yesteryear?
Of yesteryear?
I mean, do you go to house shows now?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, all right, then definitely of yesteryear.
I think there's a lot of good ones. So, did you already talk about the membrane?
No. Well, I mentioned my old house. I didn't mention it by name.
Was it called the Membrane?
It was called the Membrane. Yeah.
Was it the house I lived in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you mention 1640 West Grace? Not they don't do shows anymore. I'm not a cop. I'm not an arcane.
Yeah. I did
You're
not
all under arrest.
I did not mention that, but Jeff does like when I feel like when I moved here, all the houses were like 1208 Franklin, 1640 Grace, 1310, and then like and all there like no houses had like names, and then slowly over the next few years, I think it's probably because houses were getting busted all the time.
You didn't have to ask a punk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, you don't even have to ask a punk anymore.
Yeah,
it's like, what's up with society? I will say the first house show I ever went to was at 804 West Cary, which is now one of those like horrible looking builder apartment complex, kind of like Build-A-Bear for apartment complex for 20 something.
Yeah.
It
was
IKEA. It was I Hate Myself 12-hour turn was the first house show I went to.
Nice.
At 804 West Cary Street.
Who were the locals?
I can't remember at this point. I think Lewistown was supposed to play, but they didn't.
You dodged a bullet.
Can't remember.
No.
Yeah.
I Hate Myself thread on VLV Vinyl is a John Richmond Martin original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So what have y'all talked about your favorite threads? Yeah.
We haven't talked a lot about VLV actually, no.
We talked a fair amount
okay.
about it.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to call and ask you both. Is Andon on the call as well?
Yeah. We're sitting next to each other.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, nice.
I bought a
podcast
mic just for this.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy when Road Rash season 2 might come out. You know.
Yeah.
Special guest.
Is it pronounced blimp?
What?
Yeah. We'll go with blimp or blimp, whichever.
Now, according to
the
username thread, you said you like blimps.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I had blimps on my mind when I came up with the name. Yeah.
So we have titans of message board industry on this call. Like, been through it, probably know who John Titer is somehow. What is all of your favorite VLV? What's your favorite VLV threads of yours that you keep coming back to? Just like, it got me again.
Of ours? Like once threads we've started?
No.
Oh.
No, just that you like found really funny.
Oh man, one that got bumped,
and that you think about like on an accidentally continual basis.
One that got bumped the other day was Apraxia's I make funny art based on the news.
Yeah.
For fans of juvenile humor or whatever. That whenever that gets bumped, I go through and read the whole thing, and it just has me in absolute stitches. That guy's the funniest poster on the board in my humble opinion.
I wish the Chunteritos thread was still around.
Which one was that?
That's a good one.
That was just a thread about like the Mexican style of boot, where like the toe of it goes way up and curls around sometimes.
Was that a Gino Latino one?
No, I think it was just like a thread that someone's like, I really like Chunteritos or whatever, and they're like, that was just the thread. It was just pictures of like bigger and bigger boots.
I think that was Caliphate actually, an ATX poster. Yeah, that's a good one. Both good picks. I like, and maybe you guys can help me find this at some point, because I couldn't find it the other day. But I really enjoyed the thread where the OP had, I think, Van Halen jump, and then every subsequent post was just an animal jumping.
Oh yeah.
I've got that dotted. Yeah, I can find it. Yeah.
That's
cool.
A really good one.
That's a really.
I hope it's still there.
Yeah.
I would love, anytime I was like feel down, I would be like, okay, I'm just gonna.
I think the thread
beaver jumping and then posting
literally called "I get up and nothing gets me down."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That I like a thread that starts like, okay, maybe this is going to be about Van Halen's jump, and then it's just nothing but like funny animal pictures. Like a thread that takes on a life of its own is always a good one. And no, I can't think of any other examples.
Jeff B. The question is turned on you, sir.
Oh yeah, it got bumped the other day, but are you a fully functioning, competent adult male?
Oh,
Are you
that one's
afraid of
so good.
fully-
That one's
Oh,
so
yeah,
good.
yeah.
It's a classic.
So what do you learn in these business classes?
Side, yeah. Side. Your girl gets
Yeah.
Brazilian waxes. Any courses?
You're
I
laughing,
get up.
but no one's crying. Like
Yeah.
that was a good one.
It's called I Get Up and Nothing Gets Me Down. It was started by User Snacks.
Snacks.
And it
Shout
is
out
still
Snacks.
active. Last post by Coffee Eyes last December.
Coffee.
Thanks,
eyes.
Tidge.
Thanks, Tidge.
I always think of Brent Eystone whenever I think of the "Are you afraid of fully grown, competent adult men?"
Real
or thread
quick,
or whatever. Like, as jokingly, I'm like, yes, I am afraid of Brent Eystone.
Can we keep Jeff B on the line while John tells the story?
Yeah.
I don't.
What
I said last night, Anna was texting me, and I was like, I don't want to tell Brent Eystone stories, and then I brought it.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
I brought it up.
Oh, we don't have to.
I brought it
but
up
we should.
for a gag. I mean, you could read the ILC thread. It's epic.
You know, that's another classic, right?
That's another classic. That gets us.
Wait, what's the name of the thread?
It's one of Brent's threads. It's ILC. I think it was called ILC. It might have been ILD. ILC was like the distributor that came out of Lumberjack, and it moved to
And here he
Richmond.
goes.
And here I go, and I'm telling the story.
I'm beating
What
you.
was funny?
Yeah.
Quick side note: that after we had like met him at the place that John worked and like the Rockin' and all that stuff like that, we met up at a friend's bar, like that same night or the next day or something like that. So we had just moved to town,
Yeah.
and then we sat down together, and he was like, "So here's a Brent Eystone thing,"
I
and
was like, I'm just gonna get this out of the way. 'cause
unprompted,
it's
and like
VLV,
I
we're gonna
never
talk
really
about it.
followed that shit like at all, so I had like no idea really what
So
was
that,
going on.
so that
And
is-
but he was like, "Here, let me like just clear the air real quick."
so you asked me about like meeting other
Yeah.
VLV people. Like I would be on tour or whatever, and like people would be like, "Oh, I'm like Tits McGillicuddy from VLV or whatever," and like I'd be like, "Oh, yeah," and they would be like, "Oh, so like that whole like Brent Eystone thing, like let's talk about that." So I feel like anytime I like met a VLVer, they would like prompt me and be like, "So what was that all about? That was crazy." But I also feel like it's so long ago that like it only comes up occasionally in that like Brent Eystone versus Southern Lord thread that Honey Dripper started that gets bumped every now and then.
Yeah. What is
Yeah.
this though? Are you referring to some classic beef between you and?
That is my classic VLV beef. So I worked at Lumberjack folded.
So you're going
Mhm.
for it.
I'm going for it. Yeah, Lumberjack.
We got two
I
now.
don't want to talk about it. So Lumberjack folded, and like some employees from Lumberjack were like talking to a bunch of labels, and they're like, "We're gonna like move down to Richmond. We'll move all your product down there, and we'll start a new company." Boom. So they called it the Independent Label Collective, and it was for Jeff. It's where Hardywood is now, and it was
Oh, that's Brewers Row for anyone that's not in Richmond,
yeah,
Virginia.
right. Yeah. And so like the guy that was like in charge of the company was a huge junkie and just stealing tons of money, and like nobody was getting paid. And so they had this brilliant idea to confront a junkie and try to force him out of the business. So we fired everybody and hired, didn't fire my buddy Mark, and like was like looking for a warehouse guy, hired me. And I like reached out to a couple of people I knew that worked there, including Brent. They were like, "Guy's a junkie, like the business is gonna fold." My buddy Mark was like, "Yeah, business is probably gonna fold. Somebody's gonna have to pay somebody to get all this shit out of here. So it might as well be you and me." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Like I like Mark. I'll work with you. We'll hang out. Mail records out till we're unemployed." And like basically that guy Jason just never fucking saw him again. Like basically, and eventually people from Frontier Records and Beer City and Sympathy for the Record Industry did a like sort of a hostile takeover, got control of the company, and Brent Eystone wanted out and was like, I came in one day on a Monday and the warehouse was unlocked and somebody had clearly been like moving records out of there. Like there were just records everywhere. And my first thought was like, junkie dude came in and was like taking shit to sell for drug money. So I call like the new owners of the company, the Frontier, the Beer City. And then I called Brent because I'm like, I knew Brent and I was like buddies with him. And I was like, hey, like somebody's like stealing your shit. Like it's all like a lot of your shit is gone, as well as like a lot of other shit. And thank you. And he didn't answer my phone calls because he famously sleeps till like 1 p.m. And eventually he like hit me up and was like, oh hey, yeah, that was me. I came in to get a bunch of stuff. Like and like by the time he had like gotten in touch with me, the owners had like changed the locks in the building and like the alarm codes and stuff like that. And so he's like, yeah, I'll be by later. And I was like, yeah, like I can't like let anybody in or out of the building because like a bunch of shit was stolen. And he's like, no, I took all that stuff for the money that I was owed. And I was like, okay, well, I still can't like just let you come in and take a bunch of stuff. Because like if you're owed money, you can't take a bunch of like tank crimes records. Because then tank crimes is owed more money. Like, you know, you just can't like spread your debt out over like Gravity Records and shit like that. like that's not really how it works. And like I can't.
John, I don't think you know how business works.
I know, I don't. I really don't. I really don't. And it's And so like
clearly,
like he's like, okay, cool. I'm like, all right, cool. And I get home and I'm like just chilling at home, and my buddy Brandon calls me and he's like, hey, how was your day at work? And I was like, and the dogs.
he was like that.
And he's like, work. He's like, I was like, you know, what a weird question. Why is my buddy calling me and asking how my day was? And he's like, because, you know, Brent Eystone is on Facebook. He called you like a spineless lapdog pig person. And like, and I'm like, that's fucking weird. And I go on Facebook and Brent Eystone has blocked me. And I'm like, that's even weirder. And I go on VLV and he started the thread like, don't buy anything from ILC, like John Martin's a lackey piece of shit. And like, he's like digging in on me. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, man. Like, I thought records were getting stolen. I called the right people. And like, he
send you a message later?
Yeah,
being like, hey man, I'm just like trying to play this up. It's like my internet persona.
Yeah, he did. He like, he was trying to bait me into an argument, but I just kept being like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't want to piss anybody off.
You literally weren't there.
I thought I was doing the right thing. And like, I'm texting him. He's not answering my text. He finally is like getting back to me, like on my PMs on VLV. And he's like, hey man, you had to know what would happen if like you went after me. He said something like, God, I could look it up right now. But like he said, like you had to know, like I'd break out like pro wrestler Brent, and like I'm sure we can.
He's playing the heel.
Yeah, he was like, I just I have to do this kind of stuff to like raise the profile of like these situations to help everybody else out, and like I was like, you're making me a bad guy to like raise the profile. Like this is so fucked up. And I remember him being like, I'm sure we can like be friends after this, and like laugh about it. And I was like, I don't think that's cool, man.
We should start the podcast with like that whole thing, just so talking about let me just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
And
so like for like a few years after that, every time I would meet a VLV or like on tour or like rolling through town, they'd be like, so what was that all about? He was kind of mean to you. He would always like he'd always be like, I'm gonna send John Martin back to flipping cheesesteaks or whatever. And like,
oh my God.
He was always like making fun of me for being like a poor. And like
that's classic.
Well, I mean, you are.
I know, but you don't have to make fun of me for it. I can be poor.
Yeah, and insert some like, guess who I've been hanging out with or like hooking up with or some shit.
Yeah.
Man, you mess around with the big dogs, you're gonna get bit, son.
Yeah.
Where my road dogs at?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, I like that is my classic VLV beef.
Okay.
Even though he hasn't posted on there in maybe a decade. I don't know. I feel like that was his last like big hurrah on there. And then I stuck around like a true OG.
Well, feel free to jump in anytime, Jeff, but now I feel inclined to ask Andon if you have any beef with anybody on the board currently or a long time ago or whenever.
What was that dickhead that wore the shirt that had the
Video disease.
Yeah, no, yeah, was it?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like
Yeah,
That sounds like a lot of
recently?
people.
Yeah.
I was like, oh God, please don't be me.
No. I'll have qualms with things people say where it's just like,
Sure.
this record's good, but people like play like, it's like they have like shitty like politics, and it's like, that's cool. You can listen to any other. It's like saying like, man, like the best like sandwiches at Chick-fil-A. It's like that's cool. Like they make a good sandwich, but you can also like get that sandwich elsewhere or whatever.
Yeah, I got you.
But that fucking video disease dude, he was like a Plus member, and like he just was just such a fucking idiot, and would just like do what?
Used to have a Plus, yeah.
You used to have a Plus. He's not even on there anymore. Actually,
I was just being your backup man. Right
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Little hype man shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I just like would not let that like shit go. Like I just like was relentlessly just like on him post after post about these things. It's like either you're a Nazi or you're a piece of shit, and it's one or the other. And it's
you can be both.
You could also be both, but
Yeah.
you could be one or the other.
Famously not mutually exclusive.
yeah. But like he was like just like so just on it about just being like so like adamant about being like, no, you just like don't understand, or like this is who I am, LOL or whatever. It's like, that's cool, you're still a piece of shit, or you're a Nazi, or it's one, it's like it's literally just like say which one you are, and that's cool, and we'll move on, and that'll be fine. But just
I think it's like you should probably adapt to the milieu of your environment, even if it's online.
Mm-hmm.
Or you should just be okay with, I guess people not being cool with what you're saying.
Yeah, read the fucking room.
Like,
exactly.
If I like if you go back through like my like posts on VLV and things like that, like I've had like dumb drunk things I've posted about whenever I was like 26 or whatever, like 10, 12, like 12, 13 years ago, whatever. But it's nothing that's like, I would say like above board, like shitty or whatever. Like it's always been like, I'm drunk and this is like funny or whatever. And it's like a TV show or something.
Yeah.
It's never been like, I'm drunk and I'm wearing this shirt that is like, has a racial slur on it. And, I think it's okay. And I'm going to be out in a public space the whole night with it or whatever.
Yep. All right. Beef.
That's it.
Probably won't be squashing that beef anytime soon.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I was thinking kind of about having maybe a beef squashing segment one day, where
like that Always Sunny episode.
So
who squash our beef?
Oh yeah.
Who is who's like the all time who are y'all all time favorite beef on VLV?
Right now, apparently it's like Coffee Eye and Wiffle Baller.
Oh,
Wiling out.
okay.
Yeah, that just struck
in the
came up
what
out
thread
of
is that?
nowhere.
What thread was that? It was really weird.
Like Wiffle Baller misquoted Tidge.
It was
something.
the
Something like
God.
Mein Kampf had like some good ideas in it. Some good parts.
Yeah.
Had some tracks.
Yeah.
Was that the My Morning Jacket thread?
The whole do what?
My Morning Jacket. It was something like really
something. Again,
yeah. It wasn't My
really
Morning Jacket. It was
anodyne.
I definitely remember reading the thread and being like, "Wow, this is taking off." All right, like I hadn't checked it in a minute. I was like, "Why are there like 100 new posts?" was fucking. That was like when Dick Scraper would post, it was fucking impossible. You'd like
Oh god.
go to work and you'd be like, this thread has 30 posts, and then you would like get off work and you would look at it and you'd be like, you'd be like, there's 200 posts. And like, what the fuck? And it's like Dick Scraper arguing with like three
my
other people.
wife and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the needle drop YouTube.
That's
store.
right.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah.
I used to
Yeah,
like
I don't know what's going on there. But
That just like that thing took a weird it was already a
Yeah.
weird thread about like a weird dude, and then it took like an even weirder turn.
you remember Wonder Wonk?
I think that
used
dude's
to-
beefing with Drake, right?
Yeah,
Dude, Coffee
yeah,
Eyes? Oh.
Coffee. Yeah, Titch had beef with,
Yeah.
with Drake.
Yeah,
That'd be amazing.
I
Wonder
think
Wonder
so. Something like that.
Wonder Wonk used to beef with that poster got knives. Do you remember?
oh,
Those were
No.
always like heated political debates, which I really enjoyed because it seemed a little more highbrow than like what kind of weird shit do you idiots put on your pizza?
oh yeah, for sure. I remember.
Did you talk-
I just go ahead, Jeff.
Did you all talk about how savage that thread was?
No,
Started out.
I stopped checking it because it got so fucking. People were like getting ready to like fucking throw down over pizza toppings. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm here for pictures of delicious pizzas.
That was super vile thread. man.
yeah.
One of the most.
People got a little soft on it. So like I remember someone posted like a pretty not too appetizing looking piece of pie, and everyone's like, cool, good job, man. Which you're like, all right, that's support, love for the community. But it did not look good. And if you look at that history of that thread, it was
Maybe
like,
that's
am I reading the same tome?
Was that the thread where people were like making fun of a poster's kitchen? They were like,
was it Dirt Freaks recipes?
I know there was like somebody like posted a picture of their kitchen, and people were like, "Yo, your kitchen sucks." And it was like, God, I wish I remember because it was like a totally normal kitchen. Like they didn't have like cabinet doors or something, which we don't because it opens the room up, you know. But people were like, "What do you only
can
have?
see the glasses.
You only have half a
Yeah.
kitchen. What are you, fucking an idiot or something?" I don't know. I just remember, I
Like
remember
post a
somebody-
trade list when you can put a backsplash in, you know?
Yeah.
talk to me when you have
Yeah.
subway tile, fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember this? It's fresh on my mind because I just talked to Meat Crimes, who was at the center point of this, but he posted like Dick Scraper recommended him and user definitely Meat Crimes boys like to go somewhere in Chicago or whatever, and they went there and they thought it wasn't great, so they took pictures and then like posted it in that thread and called it hospital pizza, and Dick Scraper lost his fucking mind.
Hospital pizza is a really
True
good,
punishing.
is
Yeah.
a really good dig on pizza. Yeah.
Holy shit. That's
Oh,
good.
Did we
Yeah.
just start a band called Hospital Pizza?
We almost.
Oh, we got to move to Philly. We can't. You got to move to Philly for that.
Yeah,
Name.
you can't do it here. You got to move to Philly. We actually almost ate nachos tonight, so I could say I had the plated chips with the melted cheese on top.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Eating
just wine instead, huh?
Yeah, eating on the mic is
Yeah.
gross.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about doing like an ASMR thing where like I'd just bring in nachos and we'd just be like,
Yeah. And now for the nacho eating segment.
yeah.
Smooth voice.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, shit, I have no idea where we are now.
Yeah.
This has been fun.
Go through.
Yeah.
Blaine, do you have any beefs? Going back to the
Yeah. Who do you hate? Who are you not going to invite on the show?
it's probably me. And it's
Okay. So
I have something to say about
Okay, go ahead.
with like no. Here, after you get through with your thing, I've got a confession.
Okay. Well, we'll wait for the
Exciting.
confession.
Yeah.
But I generally, I mean, I had a few beefs along the way because I was kind of a maniac for a while. But I mean, there's as far as people I wouldn't invite, I would have been proud to say no. Like, I would love to have anybody on the show, regardless of beef or what. But and there was even like a couple weeks ago, I was like laughing at the idea of maybe talking to Little Wave just to see
holy
what
shit.
just to see
shit.
what the fuck would happen, regardless of whether I use it or not. But I just got so legitimately irritated, which is pretty hard.
I think
a thing to do now for me because I have learned over the years, mostly through lots of posting on VLV, just learning the culture of message board stuff. Like I don't take things very seriously anymore. And even when I do sound like I'm taking things seriously, I'm probably not. I'm just trying to fuck around. But I just can't do it with that guy anymore. Like he's struck a nerve so hard with me, and I
feel like some people have their internet persona, and some people, I think I get the impression that that's just that guy. Like I don't think he's behaving differently on the internet for I don't know why.
That's a really good point though, because I feel like part of the fun would be to like how hilarious would it be if I got him on here and he was just like, "What's up, dude? Like,
he's a normal fucking guy.
How are you doing? Like, sorry for all that shit. Let me get things straight. I'm
just here
yeah."
Like him thinking
I thought about actually doing that, just buying a bong with no weed in it, just to make those fucking sounds.
Well, that's a waste of a bong.
I can add those in.
Yeah.
Oh, sick! Please.
Yeah. Do you have
basically anytime I'm talking, just put that in.
Do you have any drive time radio sound effects dialed in yet?
Boy.
Drive time.
Oh.
Yeah. I found a whole library. I haven't really fucked with that a whole lot. I did a little bit on the first episode. Some Arnie sound effects wrong. Me and Wiffle Ball are trail off into some shit that I thought I particularly sounded dumb in and out of my element. So I just started posting "You are so dumb" and just shit like that. But I need some good toilet and toilet adjacent.
That was one of my favorite
sound effects.
When we were dumb adolescents, preteens, early teens. One of our favorite prank call things to do was just call a random number in the phone book and just flush the toilet. To be like, "Hello," whoosh.
Kids are
hang up. It was great. It's so good.
So what was Andon, what was your confession?
Oh yeah.
VLV confessional.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop out, guys. This was really fun.
Thanks for calling in, Jeff.
Thank you for
Jeff,
calling.
thanks. Hey, are we gonna see that sports show?
No, he's not. He's not going tomorrow.
Oh, damn it, Jeff. He's like, no. He's like hanging up the phone.
We'll see you at the City Caterpillar show.
Okay, you take care. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Jeff.
You too.
Who was that?
Red Eyestone.
Who was that?
Thank God they are gone, though. It was really getting annoying.
God.
He was so loud.
Never.
So, before Blimp, you had a prior username, Mad Holly.
That's right.
That was you.
That was
you
me.
didn't know that? I don't know if
I'm surprised when people don't know, but then I'm also not surprised. I feel like some people probably found that out, forgot, and then refound it out at this point. Like
it's always surprised. I think I re-find stuff out when somebody was like, "Oh yeah, Kirk was SVC." I was like, "Holy shit!"
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, when you just said Morgan was the Dills, I was like,
"No, Morgan
was the Dills."
Yeah, Jeff Boot was the Dills.
Okay,
and he couldn't remember his password.
Okay.
And then he had that he had a fucking aneurysm or something crazy, and like recovered from it. And that was the whole thing where it was
scary.
like he had like
a boss.
yeah, like exactly. Like thank God he's fucking still alive, because I actually met him. We met my wife and I both met him and Morgan at a propaganda show in Boston at what's it called, Middle East? I think that's the venue.
No, Boston's in New England.
Oh, you're right.
Middle East is
Yeah.
the third world.
Shit. Where am I thinking?
Yeah.
Anyways, we met them both, but like Jeff had a Flux of Pink Indian shirt on, and I'll like always remember that. But anyways, yeah, it's like he had that fucking like aneurysm or hernia or something crazy where he's like found passed out in his car, and then like later on in that fucking like thread, like there's that whole post about like them doing like a medical checkup on him, and it says like they're going through like his like scalp normal, head whatever, and it says like penis unremarkable.
I do remember that. Yeah. Unremarkable.
as in not as in like it's not a great penis, but as in like there's nothing to note.
Hey, then don't say anything. If it's unremarkable, literally don't remark on it.
Yeah.
There's
no comment needed.
Yeah, no marks to make. Anyways, back in your old username, someone had found a picture of you on a beach, and or like hanging out or something like that, where like your hair was cut, and you're like doing this like thing where like your face is kind of to the side or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I took that picture, and then I made a favicon, which is like a small icon of it, or whatever. And
that became my signature, right?
It did.
At the end of my signature, it would be appended to every post.
So
because it was
I wasn't the one that did that, but I was the one that made the favicon, because like we found that fucking like picture, and this was like you were wilding out. Like I'm not like judging anything on that or
That's
whatever.
cool. That's all good.
But I happened to find that picture,
and if you are.
Yeah. But I found that picture, and I was like, well, okay. And then I just like cropped like the head of it, and then one of the mods just made that like the end of like every post you made just had your face on it.
Yeah. And it was kind of like,
and I want to say, Blimp, I feel dirigible about it. Like I really feel dirigible about the whole thing.
Oh well. Yeah. There was actually, I'm gonna say, good work, because it really fit at the time, because I think everybody like got the sense that I was really bitchy and whiny, which I was.
Which is fair.
Like,
people can go through phases. That's fair.
Yeah, and so I think the face it brought it all home for sure.
Damn, John.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, funny thing about that is that I feel a lot of people thought I was a mod for a while, and I think it's still kind of a joke, or sometimes I joke about being a mod.
But
because I mean, you have so many posts, you may as well be.
Yeah. The only other people that had weird sigs like that, I think, were mods. So whenever
Wienermobile.
Oh yeah, okay.
Had one.
What was like, his?
It was like the alien with the middle fingers coming up.
Oh, that's right.
Which like whenever he got banned on Viva La Vinyl, and also like the other like forum.
Why did he get banned? I don't.
He was just like that. He was fucking wilding out. He was hanging out with Krayshawn like crazy, and then like everyone was like, he's really hanging out with Krayshawn too much. And
I don't remember that. I remember Wienermobile being around, and I remember there being. I don't know. It's been 20 years.
Him and Jeff used to be really good friends. This was like a decade ago. And then they had like some beef and like falling out, which I can't necessarily speak to. I just know it happened. But his like all of his posts ended with like the green alien with like the middle fingers up. Yeah, and I remember searching like a decade ago for a very long time, trying to find like a favicon of that alien, and eventually I found it and uploaded it to my imager, so I'd always have it, so I can just like post that every once in a while.
Nice. Gotta have those things. I know that I've saved the what make fucking sense gif, because one time I couldn't find it and I like panicked and I was like, what if it's gone fucking ever?
What if it's gone forever and never get it back?
Then I can't. What do I do if I need to make sense?
Yeah.
Who inspires me?
Or the dude on the computer where it's like just says VLV or whatever. Like, you know, like the one where like the guy's tapping on the computer and like his tie's flying in the back and there's like the internet flying past him.
Yeah, does that still exist? That one.
It's somewhere. I'm sure after this someone will post it.
When there was the thread where we were, I don't know, everybody was reminiscing about 20 years on VLV or whatever, and people were talking about the Kim G thread with the animated GIFs. I knew Catch Your Stones, old Richmond poster, bartends at the pub. I hit him up and I was hey, do you have any of those animated GIFs you made? And he was like, what the fuck? Is VLV still around? I was like, I need you to. He's like, I need you right now. Like, I don't even know. And this
is the time sensitive matter.
Signed. I was like, I can't believe my password still works. He like signed in, like posted like 2 of the GIFs and like peaced out. He's like, I got kids. I don't have time for this shit.
Do not ever bring this site up to me ever again.
Yeah. He's like, I cannot believe I have these still saved in a folder on my computer named Kim G.
I can't remember. I want to say it's Bronco, but I don't want to like, besmirch him. I feel like Bronco do those games? Or was like the spinning wiener?
I think he had the one with the spinning wiener.
And that's probably the only reason I was in that thread was like to be like, oh, this is funny. Like watching it. Like the whole thing is a kind of like a bummer thing where eventually like everyone like posts like and they're like, hey, I'm just here. I appreciate y'all's like support or whatever. Yeah. And I'm just like, where's the gifts?
I liked that thread because she posted new. I was working at ILC at the time, so I was like in front of a computer all day, and it was like every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. she would post new cartoon comic strips, and everybody would be like waiting. Oh God, I can't wait for the next one. And
salivating.
People would post it,
eating the plate of chips, like the melted cheese.
Yeah, just like I got to be the first person to come up with the epic dig on Kim G's cartoon strip. And
she ended up posting, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. Yeah,
and one of the most epic.
Fucking nice.
Get them the post moments ever.
Yeah. I think the closest I've ever been to being like, I don't think I've ever like said anything shitty on VLV, I don't think. But like the closest I've ever been has just been like posting in that thread, being like, these gifts are funny, and like doing that, like being like obviously totally oblivious as like a mid-20 something person, knowing that this is like affecting someone else's life. Like not saying anything like this is terrible, blah blah blah, whatever, but just like being oblivious to everything.
There's probably very few people that posted that thread that like can come out of that thread looking good.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of backpedaling, like, actually, I think you're great. And it's like, well, 100 posts ago, you were calling her a fucking slut. So,
no, man, I love her.
No, man, what I meant to say,
I meant that sluts rock is what I meant to say. I think you're a slut, but sluts
sex
cool.
work is work.
Yeah. That was.
Oh boy,
wild times. Those are very active times on the board.
Yeah, very very active. And so. We've really derailed. Little board humor there, but that's perfectly fine. I don't say that in a bad sense at all, because this is fun to do this, and this is what it's all about. But I did have some things to ask specifically about you guys, which involves your thread creation or posting history, and I'll try to shorten it.
Lightning round
from what I got. But
we both have tomorrow off, so we're good. Also, cool. Apologies for this going on so long. That said, I'm having a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it.
I'm trying to stretch it out.
Yeah.
All right. All nighter. Yeah, no, it's totally cool.
How much time you got?
Yeah. Well, I guess this is super board related, but Andon, you and John, feel free to obviously jump in, and vice versa on any of these particular questions. But Andon, you started a thread about let's talk flight plan, and I'm hoping I still to this day don't know what flight plan is.
He's got a really good theory.
Okay, let's hear this theory.
What's my theory?
You know your theory.
Actually, I don't know if I know. So what I know from VLV is that apparently flight plan, and user someone else. I can't recall who it is, but like I think it's actually in that thread. Let's talk flight plan. They mentioned that it's their brother, so it's like two brothers on VLV. And I hope your theory's a lot better.
I did not know that. No, this is not.
No, I think that's actually what it is. Like, there's like two brothers. I'm sure there's others or whatever, but like flight plan and someone else are brothers, and they post. And basically, like anytime like flight plan read something that they just didn't like, they just blocked that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so like that's how they like accumulated such like a large list of blocks or whatever. Which that was actually something I was going to bring up when we were talking about Little Wave a second ago. Like, I think they have more people blocked than Flight Plan at this point.
Little Wave does?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I think so.
That's pretty impressive.
Now that you'd have to like look and like count that shit, but I couldn't be certain.
That might just be because Little Wave's more active.
Probably so. Yeah. I don't think Flight Plan's posted there in over a decade.
So I remember
I remember like basically like the reason I started that was like he blocked me for who knows whatever, and like he's the only person that like if you look at like my profile, that's the only person that is blocking me. And so I was just kind of curious. So I was like I was just like trying to figure out why it happened, not as in like fuck this dude whatever. I was just like genuinely curious as like what post or like what happened to like make this person block me, because they're blocking so many other people as well. Like, did I say something similar to something that they disagree with or whatever? And I think it just turned out that like this person, the brother of this like other poster, would just like read things and be like, "Nah, I don't like it," and like block that person.
They must not like anything, because, dude, I'm looking at the ignore list now, and it's much what I remember, which is I remember there's just no. Some of these people don't even post really that are on this ignore list. Yeah. It's like just trying to ignore every count that exists or something. And so I always thought it was some like extra mod account that they had, the powers that be had, that for whatever reason, and I could never come up with a reason why you would need this, like utility wise, like why you would, but maybe they had an extra account where they just needed to block everybody. But that was my best theory.
So,
but it's always been
what you told me was that you thought they were, because you can't block mods, they were blocking everybody to see who all the mods were.
Okay, I do remember that.
Good.
Yeah, so that's actually like a theory.
I'm just kidding. That was my theory. If you don't remember.
Goddamn. He inceptioned me.
Stealing that from you.
Fucking Shyamalan twisted me. But no, I do remember that, and I think a few other people were doing the same thing where they're just like blocking a bunch of people to try and figure out like who the mods are, because you can't block mods or whatever. But like with that whole flight plan thing, I remember thinking that it was just like, I mean, obviously it's just like so strange that that would happen, but also like when I started that thread, I was just trying to think like, yo, what's up? Like, what did I say? And some people were like, sounds like your butt hurt or whatever, which is like, very early, like, 2010, like lingo or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, and I was like, I didn't give a shit. I was like, I don't care if they block me. That's fine. I just want to know why or whatever.
Yeah.
So I can like move on with my life, and I've moved on, obviously fine without it. But I mean,
First time I met Andon, he was like, I'm going to get this out of the way.
Yeah.
Flight plan.
We sat down at the bar, and he's like, let me tell you about Brent Eystone. I was like, let me tell you about Flight Plan and listen to me.
It is like a weird anomaly, because it's like, what are you getting out of the board if you're ignoring 90% of...
Are you blocked by him?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah?
I gotta be. I don't actually know.
Blimp, are you? And now he's like switching. Now he's getting on VLV to check.
I see who I'm blocked by. I'm
We're
blocked
all logged on.
Flight Plan, Little Wave, Maddie P, and Wash Off the Lies. Who's Maddie P? Maddie P has not been around since 2011. And Wash Off the Lies posts kind of regularly.
Yeah, Flight Plan hasn't been around since 2011, so they don't have. I would be really surprised if Matt Holly wasn't blocked. It's blocked, yeah. The Blimp not on there, but only because I think I started this account sometime in 2011. So if
Little Wave does block more people than Flight Plan, But that motherfucker posts like a 2,000 word response to like the slightest bit of bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Randall Commander cabs.
Like, what is his?
Which that said, I also like I own a Randall, like I own one of the Randall like Commander amps that he has. So
Is that a profile account that blocks you?
it's a no. So I'm only blocked by Flight Plan right now.
Oh, the wave isn't blocking you. Must be nice. Will you hit him up? Will you tell him I said what's up?
So
What's up?
yeah.
Say what's up.
Yeah.
Sorry, user
yeah.
Corey was texting me.
He does
He's
go
like-
off, man. He fucking threatened me with a skateboard, and I didn't even really say anything. I
Did
was
you
like, dude.
did you also have a skateboard and be like, I also have a skateboard?
Like
And,
a skate off? Like
I have a
Nah.
longboard and it's heavier.
Yeah.
than-
No, he
Wow.
he said he was gonna beat me up with a skateboard, and then posted some like Google image of like some really whack plasticky Tony Hawk.
oh yeah.
skateboard.
I remember that.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I wish you would have been like. I wish you would have threatened you and sent you a gift of Tony Hawk doing the 900.
Yeah, that would have been way cooler.
I'm gonna fucking waste you, bro.
Oh man. In an alternate universe where he's actually clever, that would be awesome.
That guy's wild.
Yeah,
He lives rent free in all of our heads, though.
I
he's
know,
in
dude.
Baltimore, which is apparently
He lives
like,
in Baltimore.
I think so. Like,
That explains everything.
which is apparently like
Yeah.
the area, like apparently like all of VLV is like Baltimore, whatever.
I mean, all
Which-
of America's like that.
Side story: there was like a VLV thread about like witty banter or whatever, like that, like bands do between songs, something like that, or something like, oh, quoting the band. Or there's a really good like thread title for it. I'll look it up in a second. But the whole thing is like, what's funny things bands have said between songs, and I saw Super Crush here in Richmond like 3 years ago with our friend Brandon. And the band was like, hey, so we're going to play a new song. Do you want to hear a rock and roll song or a punk song? And everyone was like, rock and roll song. And he's like, okay, cool. And I kind of like smiled. And he was like, last night they wanted to hear a punk song. And someone in the crowd was like, where'd you play last night? And he goes, Baltimore. And like the dude literally just like shrugged his, like rolled his eyes and like shrugged his head, like of course or whatever. And that was the funniest thing that I think I've seen the whole time I've lived here. He was like, fucking Baltimore. Of course it was Baltimore.
Balti.
What a town.
Yeah, that the only time I went to Baltimore, I stayed at a place called the Copycat, which was this giant brick building, and on the 8th floor it was like this giant loft that had like 8 people living in it, and they were all like art freaks. One of which was a friend of mine, but yeah, very wacky. That's like the only thing I know about Baltimore, so it'll live in my mind as some wacky place. And got a caller, 703. Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
How's it going?
It's going good. We're just deep in some VLV talk here for many hours. What do you bring us some comic relief, or what's going on?
I don't know, man. That's a lot of pressure for comic relief.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Jeff.
Whoa there, Chief. No last names. Yeah.
Just told me that he was on the call, and I was like, oh,
We're not using last names.
oh yeah, not
User Jeff
yeah.
B.
Yeah, you can edit that out, right? I didn't
Nope.
know the ground rules before I called in.
Is this user Is this user Corey?
This is user Corey.
What's up? What's up, user Corey?
What's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Yeah,
I just
hanging
stepped
out.
outside. I ditched some friends from out of town for this call, so priority.
Man.
Are you
Wow,
out?
dude.
Are you out at a bar right now?
I am outside of. Can we use bar names?
Yes.
I'm outside of the Fuzzy Cactus in
Ooh.
Northside, Richmond, Virginia.
Nice. Never heard of it. North side.
You got a question for our gentleman here, or you calling to shoot the shit?
I'm just calling to shoot the shit. I just wanted to say hi.
Well,
I
that's fair
figured
enough.
how many Richmond VLV callers have you had?
You're number 2.
You're number 2.
Number 2.
I mean, sorry,
All
number
right.
10.
Look-
Yeah.
Well, number 2 is officially the most callers that the podcast has ever gotten.
All
So.
right.
Oh,
Most
wow.
guests, most
Right.
callers.
All
Pretty
right.
cool.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm setting the tone then.
Yeah, Corey,
Yeah,
let me
man.
ask you a question. Have
Yeah, I'd
you
love to.
have you ever read the Unabomber's Manifesto?
I generally start with like half of it when I wake up and then finish the night off with the second half just to reacquaint myself.
Yeah, no, I mean it's good way to bookend the day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, totally. It starts the vibes and ends the vibes.
Yeah. Like you go to sleep, you're like, I feel good.
Yeah, no, totally. what do you guys been chatting about? All I heard from VLV user Jeff was that the pizza thread used to be a lot more savage.
Yeah, that and we've been on for like 2.5 hours, so we a little bit of everything. Is there a show? Is there a show going on at Fuzzy?
No, there's not. So my wife and I were supposed to be like one of those COVID, or we were going to get married in COVID times, and we are finally having that party like 2.5 years later, and some friends
Aww.
from LA flew out to come join us, and I was like, "Yo, thanks for coming, but there's a message board podcast." So
I've got
Bye.
other things to do.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
First of all, congratulations, and second of all, thank you for making the right call here.
Yeah. Literally.
Yeah. There was one choice that I had to make. It was a pretty easy decision.
Yeah.
Fucking A, man. Hell yeah.
Sweet.
I will say, if we're talking about good dudes backed hard, which we haven't yet, but Corey's one of them.
Corey watched me pee once, and he posted about it on VLV.
What did I do?
You
I
said-
did. Oh, yes, I did. Yeah. It's a weird, it's weird to be like, hey, I know you from the internet, and you are peeing next to me at a Strange Matter show, and I'm going to say what's up. I don't really know how to make that transition.
Yeah, that would have been the best way, I think.
What show was
That
it?
would have.
I don't know. I thought it was at Bingo.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it was a Strange Matter. I have no idea what the show was.
yeah.
Though.
It was-
Wait, is
I
this how
don't
you
remember
guys
the
met?
show, but I remember the pee.
You saw him peeing, and then you went and posted on VLV, and then you guys met afterward. Is this
No.
how-
Like years later, yeah.
we peed next to each other at urinals, and he knew I was JRM from VLV. But what was that old thread like? Post here when you post ITT when you see a VLV or IRL.
Yeah.
Nothing is more awkward than seeing a VLV or IRL.
Yeah, it's tough. I remember the first time I met Scott, Destroyer Jazz, old poster. He came into the bar I used to work at, and he was like, "Hey, I'm Destroyer Jazz. What's up, John Rich Martin?" And then there was like silence for like a solid 90 seconds where we just kind of nodded our heads and we're like, this is fucking weird.
And
And
we
I
mostly knew each other
Yeah.
without knowing each other.
and I was working, so I should have been like, so do you want something to eat or drink? But I didn't. I was sort of like, so
Are you through enjoying these jalapeno poppers?
yeah, so like internet's
Knowing
weird.
me, just like, go ahead, Corey.
I was gonna say, I think one of the first IRL VLV meetups I had was user Seul, Seul. He put me up at his apartment in Belgium, and
That's sick.
Nice.
Sick.
yeah, incredible time. But it was one of those things where it's like, I don't know what to talk to you about besides this message board right now.
Did you guys
Probably
drink?
not about that.
Did you guys drink tasty beers? That guy has he's the post what beer you're drinking now thread, right?
He's maybe like the best of VLV insofar as like posters. He's just like a genuinely like nice person.
the nicest human being in the world, and he provided some of the finest Belgian brews imaginable.
And that's not his real name, right?
No, it's like,
I hope, I don't know. That's his VLV name.
Yeah, I think in the what's your username thread, he like said where that name came from. I was like, holy shit! I just assumed that was your fucking name.
His name just came to me, and it is not his message board name.
Yeah. That threw me for a loop. It's like having a username that's like Philip, and your name is like Earl.
Did you guys use some like tuna and capers pizza or some shit?
Yeah.
I know he's got some wacky pies.
He makes some of the most ridiculous pies I've ever seen. Over the top Belgian pies.
Getting back to pizza.
That's all comes back to pizza.
Yeah. Time is a flat circle.
Not in Detroit, it ain't. It's deep and it's square. Yeah.
Are you guys gonna get Scraper on the pod?
Are we right now? No.
Scraper.
I'm gonna try.
Scraper,
I'm gonna try. Now. I got a line on Scraper, and I haven't aired this episode yet. I talked with Beat Crimes a little bit about this, but the person that was talking to him asked him about it, and Scraper was like really hesitant because he thought I was just gonna like berate him or something, like get him on here and just berate him. But I was like, no, like that's totally not what I'm doing here, man. Like, just tell him it'll be chill, and I just want to talk.
If I were Derek, I would be reticent, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
that's true. It's true.
He left for a reason.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was never banned. He just got like put in timeout and chose to leave.
Yeah. I would swap him out with Little Wave,
which is maybe one of the more adult decisions on VLV, to be honest.
I will say that they're like dick scraping and scraping is like a term that is migrated from VLV to IRL for me when I say like that and punishers and punishing, like I'll like
scraping,
I'll definitely like I'll catch myself being like I don't like when I'm like pressing somebody on something and it's getting to the point where it's sort of like, hey, I'm sorry, I don't mean to scrape you too hard on this, but like and people from context know what I mean. Nobody's like, what do you mean? So
yeah.
I feel like RIP Kark, Pizza Bones definitely, or just Bones in general, is still used in my lexicon.
Yeah.
Nice. They went from handle to bone, is that right? Was it?
No, it was the handle. It was the handle.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah. But somebody did call them bones, though. There was like.
There's a pizza place in Richmond called Pizza Bones.
Yeah, I'm good.
There's an actual place in Richmond, called Pizza Bones, and it's all about the crust.
I hear it's good. I've never been there.
It's good. So they do like all sourdough, like dough. So like the pizza's fucking great when you get it there, but as it travels, it gets chewy because that's the nature of like sourdough. Yeah. So these things happen.
Yeah,
and they only got one size, right? It's like a 12-inch,
a big
pie
size.
only.
Yeah.
Corey, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
no, do it.
Do you have any Richmond specific like punk DIY adjacent stories? Like maybe it involves Best Friends Day, maybe it just involves raging in general, maybe something scary or harmful or damaging happened to you that you experienced in the punk DIY world?
Something possibly criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, nothing terribly exciting. I mean, peeing next to JRM at Strange Matter is certainly a highlight.
How can you top that? I mean,
the first Best Friends Day and only, unfortunately, Best Friends Day I went to, I tried to, we became really good friends with the Algernon Cadwallader guys through putting on house shows in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And they played a Best Friends Day, and I tried to stage dive, which is not really a band to stage dive to. No one caught me, and I got a concussion within like my first hour at Dodge
man.
Lake.
Fuck.
That was really early in the day.
Yeah, real early. That was also the Four Loco days, though. So I had a way to push through.
Yeah.
That's
for better or worse.
yeah. That's like getting a shot of adrenaline in your leg. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Brutal.
No, that's kind of about it.
Yeah.
Follow-up question: Are you going to the Algernon Colorado show in like October?
I will be there. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Sick.
Right on. We'll see you there.
Yeah.
That and City of Caterpillars coming
Yes.
up.
Are you going to the secret torch? First of all, this isn't going to air before tomorrow, so I can tell secrets.
That's
Are you,
right.
are
Yeah.
you going to the secret torch show?
Corey's the one that told me about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
VLV user Jeff B was the one who told me about it. No, I will be. Last name removed. No, I will be having a bachelor party of sorts tomorrow night in Harrisonburg with dudes in a cabin, which I feel is there was a bachelor party thread recently on VLV. Yeah, so I will be out of town, but it'll be it's a bummer to miss.
Well, congratulations on finally celebrating matrimony and etc.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Congrats, Corey.
Hopefully your spouse understands why you were like, I got to go outside.
I don't know if she understands, but she at least accepts.
That's all you can ask for.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I should probably go make an appearance back inside. So,
all right, man. Have fun. Thanks for calling in.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Mazel tov.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
You too.
See ya.
Yeah.
Follow up on Corey's there. It's really funny. Best Friends Day, like him just fucking himself up within the first hour. I feel like there was a lot of like it's kind of like that place that fest for me is so much fun, but it does have like some like really horrible shit. Not really horrible, but just some like funny like.
Yeah, I mean the reason they stopped doing it was because it was getting too out of control. Like, people were getting people were run over by cars. Like it, like it was. So for people that never went to Best Friends Day or don't know what it is, it started. There's a place on the outskirts of town in this little county called Verina, and it's this. If you call it a water park, that's either like giving it too much credit. It's
too generous.
Yeah, it's this like man-made lake with some like inflatable trampolines in it and like some rope things. Haddad's Lake.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Damn, and there's a lot of like gazebos and stuff. And it started off with just like 30 people, and then the next year there was like 100 people, and then the next year, and then the next year, and like. By the end of it, it's like a huge rented stage with like Against Me and 7 Seconds and like fucking huge bands playing, and like like there were people would always like caravan on their bikes down there, and like it was getting to the point where people, you're just like out in the sun drinking all day. It's a BYOB outdoor festival, and knock on wood, not knock on wood. Like I'm not gonna go there again. It's not happening again. But like, luckily, like fortunately, I always had somebody sober to like give me a ride home. And my wife and I used to try to always be the first people there. We would try to get there like right when they open at like 9 a.m. We would get there before the organizers and stake out a good spot. And like it was.
Didn't Garth Orlock play that?
Graf Orlock might have played. I don't know.
Didn't it eventually like spread to other parts of the city? Like, so I guess the Haddad's Lake was where it started, but then it started taking over other venues.
Well, yeah, they would have like like after shows at Strange Matter, or like it'd be like Saturday was always Haddad's, like all day Saturday was
yeah.
Like 1 year Propagandhi played at the Canal Club with like probably Municipal Waste. Andrew W.K. played, like Converge and Page 99. Page 99 did a reunion 1 year. Like
I saw Iron Long at a skating rink, I think.
Yeah. That was awesome. I was there. That skating rink would do shows. There was 1 year where they did shows at a go-kart track, which needless to say they didn't do that again because like people were just like getting blasted, and just like getting in go-karts is a bad fucking idea.
Yeah.
But like we keep talking about that Torch show tomorrow night. The best time I ever saw Torch was during a hailstorm. They were playing in a gazebos when they were playing as a 3-piece, right when like Songs for Singles came out, and they basically just played that Songs for Singles EP like during a hailstorm outside. And it was just insane. Like some insane bands, insane shows.
Yeah.
Phenomenal good times, debauchery.
For sure.
But like,
I remember
by the end of it, because like, it went from like this one woman, Anna, was like, yeah, I'll do it. And like a couple of her friends. And then like, you need other people. It's getting so big that there's like a crew of people, and like talking to people like after the last one, they're like, yeah, we're not doing it again. Like we came so close to people dying this year. Like we just cannot do it. Like it's it's so dangerous. We've gotten so lucky. Like that's it. We're done. And I think they made the right call, because like fair. How do you like, you keep going and you either end up like Woodstock 99 or you end up like Coachella, and neither one of them are ideal outcomes for things that started with like, let's just all go to a lake and like kind of party for a day.
Yeah. I remember when the first time I went to Dodds on my first best friend's day, I was so pumped because we showed up and there was just dudes and like metal. Well, yeah, there was just dudes.
I mean, as far as the eye can see,
well, like we posted up, and there was like right next to us, there was just dudes doing full like head whips to their like Creator cassette, like vintage, like actual 80s, Creator cassettes in their their old boom boxes, and I was like, fuck yeah, man, these guys are legit. Like this party is legit. That's how I knew. But there's also a really a kind of a shitty story, but funny in retrospect. The City of Ships guys I was telling you about, they were on tour, and I went up with some friends for Best Friends Day and stayed at the Bone Zone like a night or whatever before they were getting in on the Saturday off a tour. Like we were all gonna rage then, hang out. So they like whatever, we're partying. They finally show up. It's like, oh dude, I've been waiting like 24 hours in your city. You haven't even been here. You're finally home. So pumped to like hang out with my friends, So we're like raging and like air guitaring and like hanging out at the Bone Zone or whatever. Just drank a million beers. And then the police show up. Like I'm like outside, like slumped over, kind of talking to somebody on the sidewalk, and the police show up. Pull my friend Eric, a non-VLV user in the band. They like walk up in the Bone Zone, like, what's going on? They like pull him. He's like shirtless. They pull him out on his like porch, and they just like handcuff him and charge him with like obstruction of justice or some bullshit charge.
Hearing the story about he's a guitar player and singer, right?
Yeah.
I remember hearing the story about him getting like pulled out of the Benz and getting arrested.
Yeah, some bullshit, whatever. And I was just like, dude, I was so like drunk and emotional, like pissed off, you know? And I had hit my head earlier too, because we were headbang. I remember we were air guitaring to like 10,000 Days in Baghdad, or the High on Fire song.
Wait,
And-
I thought you were talking about that Tool album, 10,000 Days.
Oh no! Maybe
I
sorry.
conflated it with that band 10 Grand, so it's already. Like,
We're all
I
I
think I got the title. I got the title fucked up. It's like one of the first tracks off of The Art of Self-Defense, and I like hit my head on the mantle. Like we were just doing full torso bangs to the song, and at one time I like I came up like with such force that I just slammed the back of my head into the mantle and like knocked it completely off, and like just kept going. You know, like I probably concussed myself because and I had the hugest lump. Anyways, my homie gets arrested. And I just remember being inside the Bone Zone around a bunch of people I didn't know in the kitchen, because that's just what happened there. Like random people would just be there.
You ended up in the kitchen, yeah.
And I remember just being like, dude, fuck the fucking police. Like, just like really getting into one. And like, I started like kind of tearing up over it, because I was like, I've been waiting all fucking weekend for my friends and like cops or whatever. And then I just remember some girl like gasping at me and like started like making fun of me because I was like kind of like getting emotional and crying. She just pulled some like, you don't have to like cry about it shit. And I was just like, yes, I fucking do.
Yes, my boy.
They took my friends away.
I like that you and Corey both have stories about getting concussions very early on in Best Friends Day.
Yeah. Dude,
that's a very like Best Friends Day kind of style. Like,
apparently so.
Oops, I got a concussion. Let's go.
Yeah, but also fuck that person for being like, I'm so sorry. You got like emotional.
You have emotions. Fuck you.
Yeah, she was really rude of her. I was like, I don't know you, and I'm talking about somebody that lives here. You don't live here. I'm talking about somebody.
So while that was happening, while those dudes were living in the Bone Zone, I lived literally 2 blocks away. Very good likelihood that was my wife. Can't you see her doing that?
Oh yeah,
I totally see her.
Damn. Well, classic VLV beef. I got with your wife.
Were they wearing glasses?
Yeah, I'll get her to post.
Yeah, get her to post, dude. Oh god. I'm trying to think of some other shit that happened, but I think one time I went up there that wasn't Best Friends Day related. When my buddy TIE Fighter first moved up there, we were all just kind of went up there because they moved there, and I was just like, why not? I remember one night we went to, there's like a really big and like old and I'm assuming like pretty historic graveyard or cemetery there.
Yeah, Hollywood Cemetery.
Okay, yeah. We broke into Hollywood Cemetery. I mean, it was pretty easy, I think, at the time.
Like 2 or 3 blocks from the Bone Zone.
Yeah. So that was it for sure. We were like out just prowling, getting wasted, and went into that cemetery. And
the classic Richmond Chaos Walk right there.
Yeah. On the way to the James River.
Yeah, you've never been there?
No, I've been to like all the other cemeteries. So
it's a good place to go walk, or jump the fence and fucking
Chaos Walk.
Yeah. It was on the way to the James River, I believe. We ended up in the James much later.
It's right next to it.
Yeah. And I remember just like just classic, like, have you ever been in a cemetery on weed shit? But the cemetery really is insane. I just remember being blasted and looking at like these Civil War monuments and shit where that were representing like hundreds of bodies and like these giant
pyramid. Did you go to the giant pyramid?
Yeah. I think that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
There's like a bunch of presidents buried there and shit.
Yeah. And there was people were telling, like, trying to describe lore or whatever, at like vampiric lore and shit.
Yeah, there's a current band called Richmond Vampire, which I do not approve of the name of that band, but there's
that's
like
a shitty name.
Yeah, there's the Richmond Vampire lived in Hollywood Cemetery.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was probably Tim, Office Rocker, trying to explain all this shit. But as we were talking, like, coincidentally we found like two 15-year-old goth girls just like walking by themselves, like just like with a black hoodie on, like classic, like black swoopy hair, black hoodie, like tucked up her. We're like, oh shit, like what's up? What are you guys? Or like they're like, hey, like really soft spoken, just like hey, and we're like, oh, what's up? My buddy Evan was like, what brings y'all out here? And they were just like, the dead people. Like they held response so hard. I was like, God, that stuck with me ever since. Yeah.
That cemetery is kind of wild because it is like a historic place. There's like giant Confederate monuments and like large swaths of Confederate graves, and I think there's 3 presidents. Monroe, Adams. There's at least 2 presidents. Yeah. But like for a
we
cemetery,
also have all those huge like heads of all the busts.
That's not in Richmond.
Where is that?
It got moved. We were trying. It used to be in Winchester.
Hey, it's around here though.
Yeah. But for a cemetery with all that shit in it, shockingly easy to break into. No security.
Yeah.
You just
I think we just like lifted up the bottom of the fence.
Yeah. There's like the fence maintains the same height all the way around, and there's like a part where like the hill on the other side you could just kind of like boop, pop over really easily. Like I used to live a couple blocks there, and I would walk my dog through there all the time. And after a hurricane, a tree fell and pulled up trees fell all throughout there, and they were pulling up graves from like fucking the 1800s and shit. And you would just be walking around, there'd just be skeletons poking out.
Shit.
My dog was like,
gave her dog a bone.
This is I was like, yeah, now's the time.
That on that chaos walk, like I said, we ended up at the James River. It was like by this time 5 a.m. We just been up all night, and we got in the James. And I remember, I remember
that kind of may have been a little better.
Cutting the bottom of my feet on like the rocks like, when we're getting in.
You still have both your feet?
Yeah, surprising. Right. But I like looking at like skin flap, like when you slice into a bit of skin, hanging by the flap or whatever. Later on that day, of course, I got the whole story about how that's like downstream from a bunch of like chicken farms, and like it's like really kind of grody. And I was like, oh great, I'm glad I just had open doors.
God, just chaos walk through the
from that neighborhood. You can walk really easily down to the river, and there used to be a rope swing underneath this bridge, and we would go almost every night, like just like close down a bar or get off work and just walk down there and rope swing and have an amazing time. And can't believe we were climbing up these ridges drunk and didn't die kind of things. And it was always amazing, so young, so full of life. And then one day during the day we were like, let's just go now. And we went down there and we walked down to where we had been 100 times before. We saw that area of the river during the day. We were like, oh my God, we have been swimming in this fucking like diapers and syringes floating everywhere. And like the water's all frothy and chunky. And we're just like,
it's like fucking chocolate milk.
There was the James River they called it the James River foam. This foam would collect in stagnant areas, and some engineering students at the college here, VCU, were collecting the foam, and they were able to run car engines off of it. I was like, yeah, cool. I mean, I'm glad I didn't fall off that like that like you're like climbing up these concrete parts of a bridge, like the Lee Street overpass. People had like hung ladders up and tied ladders so you could climb up it, and you're like, I can't believe I didn't fall and break my leg or break my neck. And it's like, can't believe I don't have hepatitis.
Yeah. Can't believe people didn't turn like a Pixar vehicle.
Yeah.
In the movie Cars, and then just like fucking drive off.
It's gross down there.
Yeah. Man, that would be just like humanity to just maybe be saved one day. Like all this bottleneck of societal like suffering and decisions we have to make to get to the future. It's just like, maybe it's just like, well, damn, that scum and the river, like we could just, that's our new energy source.
I think what you're describing is the end of Back to the Future when he's like, do you have any plutonium? And he's like, no, I just use Mr. Trash. And he's just like throwing trash in the back of the car. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I get all my best ideas from other sources.
So say we all.
Yeah.
John, let's see. Well, we'll do Andon first. What's the best song to listen to while eating a Taco Bell quesarito?
Yeah. So I started that thread.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what I posted because the YouTube thing is fucking gone.
Yep, exactly. But you can replace it. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to be
yeah.
original.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think the quesarito is not around anymore.
R.I.P.
Unfortunately, that's a pretty good menu item.
I had a friend once, like, was one of our roommates back in Oklahoma City, bought 5 quesaritos one night. We both got done like working at our respective restaurants, and then like he bought 5 quesaritos, ate 4 of them, fell asleep with one next to him, woke up like in the morning at like 8 a.m. with a quesarito next to his head, ate that, went back to sleep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Sick.
the best day of the guy's life.
Yeah. True story. I hope he's still doing well.
So yeah, what's the song?
Best song to eat a quesarito to. How bizarre?
Okay.
Oh wow, you're going full blown music video with that. You gotta like watch the video and eat the quesarito.
Yeah. I can't even remember like who sang that song. I just remember the song.
It's OMC. I don't know how I know that,
yeah.
but I know it is. Yeah.
Or as recently posted in the "What does your username mean?" thread, named by Goo Dolls, where it's just like you're shamelessly eating all these quesaritos, and it's like, and I won't tell no one your name.
This is our little secret.
Yeah.
This is our little secret.
Or keep it like a secret. Like a secret. lot of songs you can do there.
John, can you tell me about your band, Apollo Creed?
First of all, I don't think I've ever posted about that band, have I?
You did. It wasn't. I randomly came across it. You started a thread that was like, I think it was like describe the worst band you've ever been in. I think your post was Apollo Creed.
Yeah. So, God, what grade would that have been in? That must have been in 9th grade because somebody in the band could drive. So, yeah. So this is back in Rhode. So, the guitar player really wanted to be Max Colby because his brother lived in Richmond, and like he would always like every like Thanksgiving or Christmas when he would like come back to visit, he would bring his records, and like I would come over and like tape them, and it would be like Max Colby, Sleepy Time Trio. It might have been before Sleepy Time, but like, you know, shit like that, like Action Patrol. And so the guitar player and I were like obsessed with like Fugazi and Max Colby and stuff. And the drummer and the 2 singers were obsessed with like Korn and Limp Bizkit. And so if you can imagine some 15, 16-year-olds trying to make that work. One of the singers actually has an incredible voice. He was in that emo band, Marion Delgado, that I played with. Like, amazing voice. Like, could do the screaming and singing thing, which is wildly
Still
impressive.
never figured that out.
Yeah, when you're like 97, 96. This would have been 95, 96. And the other singer was just a friend of ours, and he sort of was going to be like the rap hype man kind of guy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it never got fully rap metal because we didn't have any good like beats, because like it's like the guitar player and I were trying to write like our interpretation of like In on the Kill Taker. And they'd be like, yo, what's up? Wah! And we're like tink, 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 boom, boom, you know.
Yeah.
It was really, really bad music.
I'm gonna change my answer to the quesarito thing
to an
Oh,
Apollo
you've been-
Creed song.
No, it's gonna be "Calloused" by Sam I Am.
All right.
Do you need to feel ashamed? I should be calloused. That's the same song, right? Is it two different songs?
Wow, I hadn't thought about Apollo Creed probably since I made that post. That was
Andon,
That's good.
really bad band.
what name did you send to Mars because of the OP on? But at some point you could send a name to Mars. I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, so it was one of the landers that was on my. I think I just sent my full name.
Is it Curiosity or
Oh, nice.
Maybe it's yeah. It was the one that like it. So
was it the one that drew a dick?
I don't remember.
I was curious.
But it was the one to like the most recent one actually had like video of it landing on Mars, and it seemed like fucking super surreal because you're like, this is fucking crazy. This like thing is landing on like this thing we've created is landing on another planet, and it just seemed way fucking crazy. But the last one, like a decade plus ago, also did the same thing, but instead of taking a video because we didn't have that technology back then to do that, it took like screenshots on the way down, and then someone like compiled them into like a YouTube video, and it was just like that was even fucking more surreal, where it's just like even like crazier looking at it, just like going down and be like, holy shit, we're landing on another planet in this fucking solar system.
That was back like you would watch it live and it was just
screenshot.
You weren't watching
pause,
anything really
shot,
live. The only thing you were
pause,
watching
shot.
were like a room full of people holding their breath.
Literally, and then, like everything takes
yeah.
place 7 or 9 minutes later, or whatever. Yeah,
Damn.
I think I just said my full name.
Okay.
So, that was also super fucking sick to see because it was just like wild.
Yeah.
Sorry,
In a side episode of These Things Happen, somebody in that thread mentioned that I think people were taking screenshots of like the little like certificate or receipt that you get, I guess, once you punch in a name. Somebody did John Titer, and a few minutes ago, Corey mentioned, I think it was Corey, it might have been Jeff B. One of our callers mentioned John Titer. Do either of you know about John Titer, or is this something? Oh, okay. They were just going off the cuff with John Titer then. John Titer is like the early internet dude, I think maybe late 90s, mid 90s on some obscure message board. Can't remember. But he said he was from the year 2036.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
And he had taken a time machine and like he, talked about like all the shit that was going to go down. Okay. I just wanted to check in on that because I thought it was funny that somebody mentioned John Titer earlier.
Side notes, Blimp, what was your first either AOL account or email address? And I'm not talking about AOL Instant Messenger. I'm talking, which you can also mention, but I'm talking about like like what was your first what was your first access to the internet?
It was well, my very first access to the internet was, I don't even know what you would call it. It was like, so I was in 4th and 5th grade, and I was in like gifted class or whatever. Like I got to be in
No big deal. Yeah.
Those humble brag or whatever. Yeah. I think we were the only ones in school that really got, like, we had two computers in our classroom. We had like a portable annex from like out, like it made me feel like a weird kid, I guess, because it was like, oh, you're like in a special part, the nether regions of the school grounds, like where none of the normal kids aren't, but anyways, I just remember pulling up some sort of like notepad like thing and punching in like a number, hearing the 14.4K modem going off, and then
the internet was screaming.
Yeah, and then the internet screamed at me, and then we would pull up Netscape, and we would
Netscape.
Browse. Yeah. I don't even know what I would be looking at as an 11-year-old. I remember we had some academic type tasks that we would have to do. Like we had this weather meter system thing, I guess, outside of our class that measured, like, it had like a barometric pressure and different weather things that we would record and then punch in on some website, and all the other, kids from around the world would punch their shit in, and you could like look at locations from other schools or whatever, which of course to us kids was like the lamest part of the internet. We were like, oh yeah, cool, the weather thing you're making us do. But to get back to your question about at home, I remember I did have AOL. My mom's friend's husband was an IT guy, so he would always give us it was kind of a fortunate situation, really, because I had like personal computers at a very young age, even if it was like kind of junky Apple II with the green screen. But we finally got like a Hewlett Packard that connects to AOL, had an AOL account, and my first handle was my mic fell over. First handle was, I was really into Cash Money Records at the time, like Juvenile and Lil Wayne. And they're notably from the Magnolia, the third ward, one of the wards, whatever it's called, Magnolia, New Orleans. I shortened it because they always said it in songs. They said the Nolia, and I was really big into basketball, so I formed Nolia Baller.
That is so much better than my first username. Holy shit!
What was your first username?
Well, you go first.
My AOL Instant Messenger name was Dead from Scurvy, and that was for years. But my first access to the internet was through Prodigy.
The band.
No, I wish. That would be so much cooler, because Prodigy fucking sucked. Like, Prodigy was a terrible first access into the internet.
That band had tracks. Come on.
It's like, welcome to Prodigy. Do you want to do a choose your own adventure story? No?
All right.
No, go somewhere else, And in my instant message, my Prodigy name was Noodles for You, the number 4 in the letter U, because I had just eaten noodles, and my parents were like, "Come over here and make your sign up your name." And
I've got noodles for you.
Well, noodles for me, noodles for you. And it was like, cool, you can get on the internet and talk to people. I was like, I never want to get on the internet and talk to people, man. That's fucking dumb. Smash cut to
right now,
30 years later. I'm like, honey, stay
in the room. I'm doing an internet.
The dog's quiet. My internet message board friends and I are going to talk for 3 hours.
Someone might call in.
Was Dead from Scurvy? Was that were you a big
Oregon
Trail?
I don't know where that came
He's
from.
a big
maybe Oregon Trail. I don't know. I just I don't know, but I had that from because
maybe a pirate enthusiast.
Apparently I'm older than y'all. I had that from
you're a couple of years older.
Probably ninth grade to whenever I got rid of Instant Messenger, 2000, probably 2001 or something.
Damn, I could have wrote that shit on the ground.
I loved AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh yeah,
that shit.
Much like Facebook, once my mom started hanging out Instant Messenger, I was like, I'm fucking out of here.
My mom never did.
Yeah.
So I was in the prime time.
I'm like, yo, I'm going to go and make out club. I'm going to find some ladies. And John, how are you? What are you doing? Softly. Loud. No, fucking out of here.
Andon, did you say your first username?
No, so mine was on AOL, and my grandfather, after serving in Vietnam or whatever, worked for the state for 30 years or whatever. So in the early 90s, he had worked in computers. And so I had internet from a very early age, and I had an AOL account when I was 9. So 94. And my first fucking username was named after a Mortal Kombat character.
Oh hell yeah!
And so it was
Sonya?
No, it was Smoke, but it was Smoke from Mortal Kombat 3. So it was Smoke LK4D4 or whatever the fuck it was. But I don't think I could fit the full username, so it was a letter short or whatever.
Hell yeah!
But so I had that. I remember when AOL 3.0 was a big thing, when there was you don't have to pay for hours anymore. It was just $20 a month. Because whenever I first started, it was $20 for 20 hours.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the hour.
And then anything more than that, you paid a fuck ton of money.
And like my stepdad at the time got like so pissed because they're just like a dumb kid on the internet just printing shit off.
Anarchist Cookbook.
Yeah, Unabomber Manifesto.
Unabomber Manifesto.
how to get through like Quest for Glory 2. Yeah, my AIM username was Parabolic Andon.
That was you?
That was me. Yeah.
Holy shit.
It was a reference to the Jawbreaker song. What was your first email address? Blimp?
It was madholly@gmail. So shortly after I was Noli a
after
baller.
your like AOL name or whatever, obviously.
Yeah. I was Noli a baller, and then
Which is also like I don't know if the three of us can like top that. That's pretty good.
I'm pretty proud of it.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's clever at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was just bad because after that I became Mad Holly for like ever. Mad Holly just became like every Gmail account or like email or username or whatever I needed, because it kind of became like a nickname of sorts. Holly is my middle name. I don't think I've ever actually explained where that even comes from. Mad because I'm wacky guy.
That's actually like that's like really nice. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. That's good. And then John.
I don't remember. So after AOL, I think when I was like setting Hotmails and stuff, I think it was usually like Apollo created Hotmail. Hotmail to set up at Hotmail, and like when a band would break up, I would just like start. Well, that fucking email's dead, and then once Gmail came around, I signed up and I've had that Gmail ever since. And then that is liquid.
Death.
I'm trying to come up with something funny, but I'm just gonna pull the ripcord on that joke.
So my Gmail right now is just my fucking name with the dot in the middle. But my first email out of AOL was, and I shit you not, like I was listening to a lot of like started like with 15, they got into like Iconoclast, Antischism, like Antiprod, like all that shit. So I was like really like in like my like tween years, like 12, like really into this. First email address was crustedgutterpunk at yahoo.com.
Do you remember the password? Maybe you still have it.
Oh no, actually do I? I do, because I'm left-handed, so like it was all shit I could type on my left hand. So like I actually remember. I don't think I could still get in because it's probably not around anymore. But yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all with the left and then one little swoosh with the right, and for the PUNK. Yep. Sick.
But also like the password was the same thing too, because I was just like, whatever's easy.
Yeah.
This is before you had to have like a number or like a whatever.
Yeah, probably didn't have the technology for case sensitive passwords.
Yeah. Yeah. That has ruined my life, man. I like every 6 months I have to make a dedicated effort to go to every single account, which in today's world is like 40 between all the credit cards and banks and all this shit, and just change everything to the same password. And then
if only there was some way to like scan your retina or facial recognition.
Yeah, man. Sign me up.
It would make it easier for us.
I just use Google for all that shit. It was like suggest a strong password, and it's like something I'll never remember, and I'm like, yep.
Oh yeah,
Google, you better remember that.
I'm always like email password !
Yeah, and it's like EMAIL.
New email password!
NEWEMAIL.
The E's or threes, they'll never guess it.
Yeah, mine always just get longer. It's just like first it was with the same word it's always been with the 1, and then it's the same word it's always been with the 1, and then a 2. It's the same word and then 1, 2 exclamation, and then exclamation ampersand. It's like, why am I so programmed to go to the first? Like I'm so lazy. I can't use like an 8 or
I've been using like variations of the same fucking 5 passwords for the last 12. Like the guy who has his entire fucking full government name on the internet is like, I'm just using the same 6 passwords.
Yeah, and like
the rest of my life.
Like the password pattern I use, I just add like an extra like 2 extra digits to it, where it's like blah 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 ER, and I'm like ER1 asterisk whatever.
We're all gonna get hacked when this airs.
I hope so. This would be a lot
So,
of fun.
so how many other episodes do you have? Meat Crimes. Who else have you interviewed?
So it was Wiffle Baller, and then the Last Steel Mile, and then I talked to them Rockin' Bones,
Okay.
and Meat Crimes, and then you guys.
Who's next?
So, next will be. I actually had been talking to Jeff Poot. You mentioned him earlier.
Yes, sick.
I wanted to talk to him, but schedules hasn't worked out yet. The Olsen twins, same
Nice.
thing. Gonna try to get schedules worked out.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Bronco.
Oh, I'd love to talk to him.
He's a mod, and he's also done, like, we were talking about this like before, like 3 hours ago or whatever. But he's
Mhm.
like has like a sick fucking Instagram right now where he's doing like all this art with like CRT TVs and things like that. But he's also
critical race theory.
yeah, that's the one.
All right,
Yeah.
cool.
But he's also like the one that did like the Hail Sagan shirt, and then it fucking like blew up out of VLV. Like that was like he's done a lot of fucking like
Yeah, I
sick
still have one
work
of those.
where anytime you're like, I needed a gift for this or I need like a thing, like literally like within like 10 minutes, Broncos like got you. And then like in that Jackie Chan thread I posted, like it's like, what's the best Jackie Chan movie and why is it Who Am I? And like, and
I was
they're
actually going to ask about that, and no shit, I have it in my notes.
yeah, it's a good thread. It's maybe my favorite Jackie Chan movie. But like, there's like the Jackie Chan like stunt crew shirt or whatever, and like within like 8 minutes, he had a fucking like mock up. He's like, someone just put this on a shirt, and it's unreal.
Did somebody do it? I didn't miss that. I think missed that post.
He also, I worked at a when I was working in Vermont, you have to have, if you're working in a bar, you have to have or any place that serves alcohol, you have to have basically a sign that says, do you have a designated driver? And it doesn't matter how that's like written. You can have it like cross stitched or have it be like a funny thing where it's like, do you have your life figured out? And it's like crossed out or whatever. And basically, as long as it says, do you have a designated driver? You can have that. And so at this bar, I was opening up this restaurant in Vermont, in Middleburg, in the same place that I met the dude that plays Nick Miller, whose name I can't remember, but I think his name's Mike. His first name's Mike, from Time Chasers. But I had him do a from Always Sunny, the dentist system, where he's talking about like how he like, basically like gets women for their sort of like his life and their life or whatever. He's like, I can call these women at any time or whatever. But so it's like a picture of Dennis pointing to like the long, like the big piece of paper where he has like the dentist system like written out like DENNIS, and like it's describing every step. And it was instead of that, it was just fucking him pointing at it, and it says, "Do you have a designated driver?" Like I sent that idea to Bronco, and within like 30 minutes, he had like sent me back a perfect fucking drawing, and it's like framed. That place is no longer around anymore because it closed during the pandemic. But I'll send you a picture if you remind me of that. Of that drawing, and just like Bronco fucking drew this in like 30 minutes, where it's like Dennis from Always Sunny pointing and doing that shit.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah,
sick. Yeah. I would like. There's really been no rhyme or reason to who I've got. It was kind of just like I reached out to a few people, and then some people, when I finally started this thread and said that the thing was happening, some people said that they would like to do it, and so yeah, it's just kind of like, a mix of people who said they would want to do it, or some people that I sort of know or whatever. It's kind of just whatever, and then I got like, now I'm like got interviews that haven't aired yet and shit, because
you got a few in the hole.
I
definitely think you should get Scott. You should get Mr. Manager.
Okay, I'll ask both of them for
also,
sure.
If I can make one more suggestion,
sure.
Jeep Bra.
Jeep Bra, yeah.
Get him on there.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to talk to Jeep Bra. Let's so just we'll do one more question each here.
We're here all night, baby.
I'll probably edit that part out.
Yeah.
Where I asked.
That's fair. That said, I think Bronco would be a lot of fun just because he's like such a just like quiet kind of person on the board, and it might be interesting to see like their like inner workings kind of thing.
No, for sure, yeah. I just meant edit out like me being like, and now let me think about another question.
I'm sure there's plenty that will be edited.
Feel free to cut most of
it. Yeah. If you actually cut down to like about 5 minutes, that would be,
that would be.
Mine would be like, that was so good. It was so quick.
What if the podcast was just me interviewing like 40 hosts and then condensing it all into like an hour episode, and then there's just one episode ever? The things that could have been. What have I gotten myself in? No,
we appreciate your efforts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is fun because I'll say as an aside, this is something I actually wanted to like bring up like hours ago or whatever, whenever we talked about this. But like anytime like John and his wife or being my wife, like anytime like the four of us are hanging out, like our wives like just start talking about whatever, and it's like fine. And like invariably like within like, or we'll all be talking about something together, and then like 5 things in, John and I are just like something about VLV.
Listen, Tidge was really on.
Yeah. What was that and it's fucking ridiculous because it's just so absurd because like we're just trying to have like a normal conversation, and it just all invariably comes back to VLV, and we're like blah, blah, blah. And it's like just like, and eventually like this whole conversation gets muted and they do their own thing, and then like we're still talking like
a buddy of mine was like you know, like, oh, I'm doing a podcast kind of thing, and I was trying to explain it to him, and he was sort of like, so I can call in? How do I call in? And I'm like, you cannot. He's like, why not? I'm like, well, you got to be on the board. He's like, well, how do I sign up for the board? I'm like, I think registration's closed. You just can't.
Registration's closed. Bro.
Well, why is it private or whatever? And I'm like, because it's like barely. It's like this is a part of the internet
barely alive,
hanging on by its fingertips. You can't.
Yeah.
If you add one more poster, the whole thing will fucking crumble. I don't know. Like I don't know how the internet works. I can only imagine this is like such an archaic.
Yeah.
There really aren't I mean, I'm sure there are message boards, but like, you know, Reddit is kind of a message board, but like
which I've been on, I think as long as like I've been on VLV, which is like that's just like absurd. Like this, like as a side note, keep this in or whatever. But like this, like this, like forum has actually like been like a very much like a boon to like my existence, where it's like met a lot of people and like booked tours, like bought things, sold things, met friends, like traveling to places, being like, yeah, what's up? I'm staying in this place, and someone's like, I got you, or whatever. And it's just like, it has been like immeasurably like impactful on my life.
Yeah.
Which is like,
same with me.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is like, which I appreciate like the efforts to kind of like do these podcasts, but it's also just cool to see like, as like a weird aside, like apparently like nowadays, like half the people that start relationships, like romantic relationships, like meet online, or like more than half now do. And so like, that's just like as like a metric for like how interconnected like life is getting. It's just like weird that like this dumb little message board that's very archaic from like the
very
like
esoteric and very niche.
Yeah, and like the style or the format of it's very from like the 90s, where like no one does like BBS, like bulletin board system posting anymore, but this thing still fucking looks like it.
There's no
it's like
signatures or like
like there's no like fucking like avatars or things like that, but it's like
something and boost it.
It's sick that it exists, and that it's wild that it's both infuriated but more importantly like enriched my life in this capacity.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, and a good point. It's I think I didn't know about Reddit or didn't try Reddit and these other places like when they were around for a while, and I'm just so accustomed to VLV and one other community that I've been on for maybe a little less longer than VLV, but it's still to this day, it's moved to a different few different message boards, but it's music centric, and it's you know, it's like anti new social media, like you're saying. It's just PGHBB board or whatever. There's no likes, there's no nothing. It's just people posting, and that's what you get. And it's so ingrained in my life now that I feel like I don't know. It's just an important part. I feel like I owe back, and I feel like it should be preserved for as long as it can or whatever.
I've actually contributed like hundreds of dollars to VLV. Like back in the day, like I haven't done it much in recent history, but like back when like the server costs were like a lot higher than they were now. Like I remember like even having a thread being like, Jeff, as much you did generous, have you ever like donated to VLV? And like, yeah, it's been a lot of money because like you get something out of it. It's really fucking cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, it would be a bummer to wake up every day and like open a fucking tab like we're talking about, or open 3 tabs of the same thing and it's not fucking there.
Yeah. I will say when like the servers go down for those like few hours
on Facebook,
well, I'm not even on Facebook anymore, so I can't, but it's always
so
like,
you're missing all the shitty nachos.
When it doesn't load, I'm like, well, shit, man, what's the internet even for? What do I got to do if this shit won't load?
Yeah. Like if VLV ever went down, and this other like these 2 places that I look at every day and have spent 20 years of my life, I think that'll just like be it for me as far as like I'll probably like look at my Discogs want list and send emails, and that's like it. Like there's nothing else for me to look at.
First thing I do when VLV goes down is start looking for a GIF reaction of me for VLV was down.
Yeah. I'm glad.
I'm gonna find a good one. God damn it!
I'm just looking for the worst picture of nachos to post on the Facebook group.
It's amazing. There's never a shortage of shitty pictures of nachos.
And like literally within minutes of like it going down, like it could be 2 minutes, and someone's instantly just like worst picture of nachos I've ever seen. And you're like, that's pretty bad. Check this one out.
Mm-hmm.
Until Scott's like, oh, okay.
Oh, whoops. Yeah.
Which bless Scott for
We're all
he's
like,
in Baltimore now.
We're all like, hey, I just talked so much shit on Baltimore earlier. I can't.
Yeah, Baltimore's the thing, but Scott's from there. But next time it's down, we should just drive up there and be like, Scott, fix this right now.
Yo.
Backtracking just a little bit, but it kind of tying into just the board and what it's like now and how long it's been. But my sister, so I'm here with my Mike. I'm here again in Florida with my family. I don't know if I've mentioned it actually while we were recording, but when you guys joined and we were getting set up, I told you that. But we went kayaking today and went swimming, and I came home and I was finishing some things. She took a nap, and before she took a nap, it's in this room. I was like, hey, and I'm gonna like wake you up in an hour because I need to like do something in here. And she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, it's
internet stuff.
Yeah. I was like, I'm kind of doing this podcast thing, and I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of said it like that a little bit, because she's younger than me and she's super nerdy like me and like loves like a lot of different, like she was obsessed with the Star Trek podcast or whatever. Like she knows podcasts, she gets podcasts, she loves podcasts. So I knew that word would like trigger her, and she was like,
respect, got you.
Yeah. She was immediately, she was like, what are you doing a podcast? Like, and then I had to be like, all right, fun. That was fun while it lasted. But it's a thing that you wouldn't, 30 people in the world know about this. It's only for this thing that you don't know about. She was just like, oh, okay. I'm like, sorry.
Do you know how many people have been listening to the other episodes? Do you get analytics?
Yeah, I do.
Are you comfortable sharing? I'm just very curious.
No, yeah.
I've listened to all of the 2 that have been out.
Yeah,
I was really pumped. It was more than I thought it would be.
That's good.
Let me pull it up real quick.
I'm also just very curious how many like people are on VLV.
How many
creeps? Like what? The board seems active and like it, but it might just be the same 30, 40 people talking to each other.
But that also goes back to the thing of it's like if you get rid of this person, it's not gonna be the same. It's like the board's gonna be fucking fun.
Yeah.
Like you get rid of like a shithead, and like it's still fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm scared of like the day that I get in trouble from some lurker saying some shit, but I also don't care. So
Sick.
20 there's 16 followers on Spotify, but there's been 72 plays.
Okay.
And on Apple, people have their different shit that they like.
Yeah.
Apple even, I think there's like 300 or 400 streams on YouTube for each video too.
I watch it on or listen to it on YouTube.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
I'll be like building pedals, and I'll just put that on because I know I got like a couple hours to do this.
Yeah. And hold on 1 second, I'll tell you Apple. I'm curious too. 147 plays on Apple. So I mean, yeah, this shit has been between everything. It's probably been played like 1,000 times, which is cool.
That's cool.
That's pretty wild.
Sick.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Because where else would you hear about it other than VLV? That means there's that many people.
Yeah. I
on the board, just kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not posting.
I'm really curious about like the fact that like of course only people engaged with the board right now like who have heard about this or and participated in this so far. I'm really curious to see if it like reaches people that used to post and they're just like, wait a minute, like what the fuck? Like somebody's interviewing VLV posters now. Like, are you serious? I hope that trips somebody out one of these. That would be fun for me. But I think somebody mentioned in the thread, like, this could be like a really, like, who knows, man? Like, this could go beyond. And I'm just like, nah.
This does not have an audience beyond.
Yeah. I'm like, that's a nice idea. I mean, I will
an archaeological kind of thing.
Yeah. It's fun and
maybe if Whoop the Baller tries to run for office or something. He's like running for city council, and it's like, oops.
Yeah.
Found
the manifesto thing is fine, but VLV.
That's a bridge too far.
Very problematic.
You see what that idiot puts on his pizza?
Yeah. He trades records. That's crazy.
He'll be a blessing and to all and potential demise. Well, gentlemen, we we covered a lot of ground.
We got a lot of tape.
Sorry, we talked too much.
No, I liked it. It's if I would have known you guys were such good chatters, I just wouldn't have made any notes at all and just been like, let's just do this. But
what else you got? Anything else?
You said you got one more
on.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. If you guys are down, there were some other things. There was like
wine.
All right.
We're so close to making this an even 3 hours. So
yeah. And I got a few things left jotted down. How about I'll call them out and you can feel free to talk. Sweep it up if you wish. I had the fact that you were into Queen and a big Freddie Mercury appreciator, which I share that with you.
I have a Freddie Mercury tattoo on my thigh.
Sick, yeah.
It's like the one like tattoo everyone has where it's like the picture from Hot Space where it's like all their like silhouettes or like, you know what I mean? And it's like obviously like Freddie Mercury has like the hair and the eyes and then the fucking mustache because it's like the early 80s. So I have that on my left thigh, yeah. But yes, yeah. I do love Queen.
Yeah, I have actually been listening to Innuendo a lot in the last year, which I never really fucked with because it's kind of, it's like a 90s Queen, and I was like, with some bands I just a lot of times wrongly probably get it in my head like up to a certain point you just don't fuck with or listen to or whatever. But
was like, that the album? And so I'm actually like a little ignorant on like I listened to like I have like all of it on like a fucking like hard drive or whatever. Innuendo is are you talking about the one that has like Those Were the Days of Our Lives on it or whatever? Is that album? That's the album where like that's the song where like Freddie Mercury had like full on like had like AIDS and like could like do like a couple of takes and then had to like take a break or whatever, and it's like gorgeous and heartbreaking at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like halfway through that album, or like in the second half of the album.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really incredible album. And I was like, I mean, I don't regret having not heard it until now, because it's, I mean, life, I got a whole life to like listen to it now, and it's a fucking sick album. Super
Yeah, I'll tell
Metroid.
you as the real quick before Super Metroid, which
Okay.
we'll also talk about at length. The first vinyl I ever owned was actually a original pressing of A Night at the Opera by Queen that my mom gave me, which I still have.
I thought you did that Blind Guardian album.
Oh, but
Night at the Opera.
No, that would be sick.
Good.
But no,
it's
I
one of
actually
the 50 or so that survived the purge.
it is. It may actually be in like another box because it's like, so it's just like, it's like I have like a, like everyone like moves with like your box of like, gotta keep this kind of thing or whatever. And like, that may actually be in like a separate box even, like aside from like the other records. But the very first vinyl I ever owned was Night at the Opera by Queen, which has like, obviously like all his like Bohemian Rhapsody, well, the hits I'll say like as in like Death on Two Legs, which is like the opener, which is like a sick fucking like roast on their old manager. But then you've also got like You're My Best Friend, which like the bassist wrote, that we played at our wedding, which is really sweet because it was written about his wife. There's also really nice that whole album's really good. Super
Bass
Metroid.
player.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Like bass player, definitely the coolest dude that wasn't Freddie Mercury in that band.
Yeah,
I feel
Deacon.
like.
Yeah.
Didn't he he's been like basically get like any reunion shit, right? Like he hasn't been a part of it after Freddie died. For the most part.
So my understanding is that like, and I think unless there's something like else going on, was that like he so much respected and loved the band and loved Freddie that like shortly after he passed, they did like a few kind of shows or whatever in like the early 90s. And then anything after that, it was just basically like too hard for him to like keep going on. And I'm sure someone could fact check me on that. But like he basically essentially retired from Queen after that. And it's like there's other people that like play bass or whatever for that stuff. But I mean, that said, like that song "I'm in Love with My Car," who the drummer wrote, is also on that fucking album. It's so good. Which was written about like their roadie that was in love with their car. But
that's a good one. The parody of the hyper masculine shit is really on point.
But like the whole Deacon thing was just like, I think it was just like too much for him, so he just like split. But that said, he also invented the amp, the DC amp, like that Brian May uses, which is really fucking cool. Like Brian May and his dad came up with a guitar that Brian May uses, which is like a signature like crazy amp that he had played like with the sixpence on or whatever, like using like an actual like coin to play guitar. And then Brian May or his father, like something, it's called the DC amp because it's named after John Deacon. And like, so that's like an amp, like he came up with that. Brian May uses still to this day.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's Queen knowledge. Let's go back to some Metroid stuff.
Yeah, you're a Super Metroid enthusiast.
Yeah. I actually just watched a Metroid Dread speedrun stream earlier today. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I feel like that's a game I gotta play every couple years. Play it through, hear the soundtrack. Soundtrack is so fucking killer.
Yeah, we were super into that game when I was a kid. I remember a friend of mine and I even like drew up like actually like I actually used to be like very good at drawing, and a friend of mine did as well. And so like we actually like drew up all of these like to scale like drawings of like Samus, the main character, and like all the enemies and like the main bosses and things like that, and sent that to Metroid as in like, here's what you could do to like make action figures from them. And then we got back like a 20-page, basically like not a cease and desist, but like a thing of like, this is how Nintendo works, and this is why you can't ever do these things because of these licensing things. Wow. And like literally, it was just like 10-year-olds, like two 10-year-olds being like, here's what's up. We really like these things. If you want to use these ideas, that would be really cool because we'd love to have Metroid action figures. and they were like, fuck that, and like here's all this shit. But on the same time, also in Nintendo Power, the magazine, that was like the official Nintendo magazine back in the day. They used to have like a stated time for like the pros time to like beat Metroid, Super Metroid, and like we beat that shit by like 20 minutes or something stupid like that. Because like we just got like we got so good at that game that we just like like 100% like all items, everything, crushed that.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. But I still love Metroid, and I still watch like I don't even own a Switch, but I still watch like Metroid Dread speedruns because like I love that series so much.
That's the new one, right?
It's not even a year old yet, but like people have like blown it wide open. Like you can beat it in like less than an hour now. It's crazy.
Dude, the people that figure that shit out, it's like really genius level shit.
That's kind of the fun shit to watch, is just people just like being like tooling around for like 2 hours, and then suddenly they're like, oh fuck, here's how you do this, and like suddenly like they've like shaved 5 minutes off like the game time or whatever.
Yeah. Insane shit.
Yeah.
Insane shit. John.
What up?
You
Oh hey, real quick, Blunt, I have a question.
Yeah. Hit me.
What's up?
What's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
So you started a thread about cooking for touring bands. And your OP was like, man, I wish I was a touring band at your house, because you were cooking for meat eaters and you were making like paella with fucking shrimp and or some shit. I can't remember, but it sounded delicious. But I was wondering, since you've been a dude on the other end for many years, many different bands, I was wondering what the worst attempt at a meal that you got cooked for you was. Like it.
I mean, it's as I'll say it's an aside, it's a thought that counts.
But
it's
definitely.
I mean,
not to call anybody specifically out, but it was in Europe.
Yeah.
So the best meals, definitely, like when you tour in Europe, like you're getting fed before every show, and then every morning when you wake up, there's bread and spread, and you're getting like breakfast before you hit the road. And you know, when you're in like Germany or France or like.
Side note: did y'all do like a lot of shows in Germany?
A lot of shows. We toured with the German band.
Like, so as a quick aside, like apparently, like I was reading like old like Jawbreaker tours, and even back in like the early 90s, that was the thing where it's just like you could spend a month in Germany touring, because it's just like there's so many places to play, and there's just like that's where you kind of make your money.
Yeah, that's we toured with a German band called Zahn, and it was their like 10-year anniversary tour. And this is when I was in Mouth Breather, and we had
such a good name.
Like thanks, we didn't come up with it.
Did Jesus come up?
Yeah, a little bit. A ton of shows in Germany, and like some shows in France, and like you play in the Czech Republic, and the food's still okay, and then you get into Poland, and you're like, this food sucks. And like there was one meal that was like a potato soup, and it really just was like uncooked potatoes in like milk with like some like barley in there, and it was just like
cooked barley.
Barley was like, I remember the barley being mushed, but it was just like it's like, I was like, I'm not gonna like wander off into like Wrocław, fucking Poland, and like look for a Hardee's or some shit. Like I don't know where I am. Like these people are feeding us. Like I'm gonna eat this, and it was like just this tepid potato, vegan
raw root vegetable,
vegan sludge, and it was. I don't think it was Wrocław. It might have been Warsaw. We played in a storage unit, like a shipping container storage unit kind of thing, and like the show was whatever. But like, I remember the food being particularly bad, and it was one of those things where like everybody was on board. Like even the Germans were like, I say even the Germans, because like they were the most forgiving about like, these are the people doing the shows. Like this isn't, the best food, but like we really appreciate it. We were, likewise very appreciative of everything. And I'm pretty sure it was Poland, but this soup was fucking terrible. And we were like, there was like an outdoor area when I remember some people like going out and kind of like tossing it into the the place and be like, oh, I'm all done. Gold star.
Classic.
Oh god, I'm so hungry. Like, yeah, that was really fucking bad soup.
Yeah. Shit.
But like, you know, stateside, like when people are cooking for you for the most part, it's like spaghetti, pizza.
I did a lot of spaghetti.
Yeah, and it's hard to fuck that up. I don't think I've ever been like, wow, that was really bad spaghetti. One time in Cincinnati, I had some chili with cinnamon in it because that's what they do there, and that shit is trash. Apologies.
You gotta go real light on cinnamon.
Yeah, but like
also, a little goes a long
also,
ways.
Don't put cinnamon in chili. How about that?
A little bit.
Like, why are we trusting Ohio on how to make chili?
Speaking of Germany, Ohio is a crazy big state.
Yeah,
it's insane how large that state is.
It's a huge state.
Like you're driving through, you're like, I've spent 6 hours and I'm still not through this fucking state.
It's a beautiful state, and it's got some fun places. And Cincinnati is a cool town, a lot of hills, and it's a very cool place. But like, why are we trusting them to like make chili and put it on spaghetti, and we're not? And we're like, oh, that's just how you do it. It's actually pretty good. Like, no, it's not, motherfucker.
I used to I ran a Food Not Bombs in Oklahoma City for a while, and like we used to I was like cook for like every week for like people that needed food, but we'd also do the same thing for like touring bands coming through, and it was a lot of spaghetti.
Yeah,
a lot of spaghetti or like a lot of like noodle kind of soup.
That's sort of, I mean,
because it's cost affordable.
It's a great way to stretch your money. Yeah. Like,
and it's like it fills you up, and you're like, that's cool. So at least I can like go to sleep.
Yeah,
not hungry or whatever.
Once, like especially sort of as my wife and I got older and we got better jobs and started making more money. And it's sort of like, well, shit, we can like grill ribs or if they're vegan, we can come up with some sort of something that isn't just spaghetti and red sauce. And like, we would try to get real inventive and make good, healthy, filling meals. And it's been so long since we've toured, since I've toured, but also so long since we've cooked for a touring band.
I think it's the thought that counts. Really, like if you're like willing to like cook for someone.
Yeah, if you show up and there's food to eat and then like a case of beer, like it's about as good as you're going to get treated.
Yeah,
as a punk band.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Surprisingly, I remember even doing that for like larger bands, like Alpsy Cats would come through, which was like call them what you will, but like they're like it's still like back in the day they were like a pretty fucking big band. And, like it's still
they're on Deep Elm, right?
They were.
Yeah. I used to mean something.
Yeah, but like they'd like crash at your house, and like we'd like live in Oklahoma City, and like they're in Lawrence, so it's like 4 or 5 hours away. But it would just be like a band like that big is just looking for like a place to crash, and like if you can provide a meal, that's awesome.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's like eggs in the morning, some biscuits or whatever. So
yeah. You mentioned chili and spaghetti together. I know that as chili mac.
What?
Yeah. It's because of the Steak and Shake menu. Yeah, my folks, or my dad specifically, and his side of the family were from the Midwest, outside of like St. Louis, Collinsville, and some other Edwardsville, and these places in Illinois.
I've got a good story about in like 2 minutes whenever you're finished.
Okay. So they like grew up on Steak and Shake, or my dad thought like Steak and Shake was the bee's knees as far as fast food joints go, or like diner fast food joints go. And we got one here in Pensacola. I say here in Pensacola because I'm with my family. I live in Austin, but so I was introduced to Steak and Shake. Never had it before. And my dad, I didn't know if it was like a weird thing to get on the menu, but I came over years to suspect that it might be. But he loved the chili mac, and so as a kid, I get chili mac, which is just like chili with like onions and shredded cheese on spaghetti. But anytime I ever bring up chili mac or the idea of chili and spaghetti together to adults, like in the last 20 years, I've just met with complete repulsion. They're just like,
I have a very visceral reaction to pasta and chili, and I don't know why. Like my wife and I were talking. My wife grew up in Hawaii, and so she's like chili rice. You get a big bowl of rice, you put some chili on it, and that's how you eat chili. And I'm like,
Yeah.
nah, chili is just chili. You just eat chili by itself, a big bowl of chili. And she's like, that's fucking weird, dude. Like,
Did you have beans in your chili?
huh?
Did you have beans?
Of course. Yeah.
We're not fucking Texas.
I think no beans is a Texas thing, maybe Oklahoma.
No.
thing, too.
It's a Texas thing and it's a stupid thing.
Yes, yeah. That's chili that's good on a hot dog. Sure.
Yeah.
That's
But if you put beans in it,
or nachos.
that's a fucking meal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like beans personally. I never really
I
got
also, from being from Oklahoma, I also agree with beans.
Yeah. Let's just say that's not up for debate. Texas is just wrong.
Yeah.
There was a steak and shake. There were a couple of steak and shakes in Oklahoma City, and I don't think I ever went to any of them. Like
Do we have this here? You have this here, don't we?
I don't know if they have them here. I'm not going to say they don't, but I just don't know of any. But in Oklahoma City, they had a couple. Never went to any of them, but like I just never knew like the chili mac thing was a thing.
That's a very Midwestern thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my quick St. Louis story though is that I once drove from Oklahoma City to St. Louis to see Capsule play at a show, and by the time I got there at like 8, so like I drove and it's like 8 hours away, so like I drove like all day, and by the time I got there, like the show was already done. Like 4 bands had played, and I got there at like 8 or 8:30, and so I just hung out with the Capsule dudes on like the roof of this fucking building, looking at like the Anheuser-Busch like buildings or whatever, like the Budweiser buildings like over there, and just like talking about bullshit or whatever. But like just like driving 8 hours to not go to a show was a highlight of one of my lives, because I met all these years. And also Eric from Capsule now plays or has been playing in Torch for the last like 3 years, so I'm going to see him tomorrow to say what's up.
You guys, okay, so there's been a Torch secret show.
It'll be done by the time this comes out.
Theme,
comes out in like 5 hours.
Yeah.
Can you edit all this down?
Yeah.
Cut half this shit out.
Yeah, all the shit except Torch Secrets. Just you guys saying
It's just
all
10 minutes of like Torch Secret Show. Torch Secret Show. Torch.
Caller Torch Secret Show.
Torch.
But I've been meaning to get this in, but didn't Steve Brooks quit Torch?
We did. So like,
recently?
the band is actually done after this tour.
Yeah. So this is like the last time he's beat Torch, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
So basically,
right.
it was like several months ago. It was like Steve was like, "I'm done with Torch," because like everyone else lives in Miami and he lives in like Oregon somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like they announced the show actually. So
God
it's
damn
not
it!
secret anymore. Now everybody
how much
knows.
is it?
$15.
Can we buy tickets in advance?
No.
God damn it!
It's got to line up on the street like an ass.
John and I talked about this earlier. I was like, if you go online, I will pay for our way in, because I had to have dinner with my wife and her mom, who's coming into town for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. But yeah, so like apparently after this show, like Torch, or not the show, this tour, Torch is like done. They just put out like a new song too. So.
Oh, weird.
Yeah,
So
it's a good song.
It's a secret show, I'm assuming, because, or quote unquote secret show.
Well, it
because
was until
not a part of it. They're like doing an off show that's not on the tour
they're on,
or whatever.
Yeah,
tour
because
with
tonight
Meshuggah
they're playing in
and,
Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
Meshuggah and
Converge.
Yeah.
And
Which
I just want
I
to see
almost
Torch,
bought tickets
yeah.
to the show tonight in Virginia Beach because I've never seen Meshuggah, and I feel like
That was actually like so months ago. A friend of ours and both of us were talking, and like the friend of ours and myself were like, "We're gonna see Torch and Converge," and John was like, "I want to see Meshuggah."
yeah.
No, I'm not shaming him. I'm just saying like that was just like the thing of like of the bands touring. They're like obviously want to see Torch and want to see.
I've never seen Converge, and I don't want to. Like, I think they have great albums, but I'm just sort of like, it seems like exhausting. It's like watching guys do cardio for fucking 90 minutes.
Yeah, man, you can work at it.
You know, it's like watching watching somebody like run like a half marathon.
I mean, you already do that with like your like Brazilian jiu-jitsu shit.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
I do that on my own time.
Here's the thing,
I
John.
don't charge $30 a ticket.
Here's the thing, John's stronger than I am, I think, but I think I'm dumber than he is. So, it comes out in the wash.
Yeah, leave that in.
I saw Torch at Nara Sushi once.
In the basement.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Cool.
Yeah,
Nara. We were talking about weird venues. I
What color was
forgot
your
it.
hair?
I wanted to bring up Nara because that was weird. I feel like,
that was a
or
weird.
at least it was
that
weird to me
spot.
because I was like, yeah, I was like, what the fuck? It's at a sushi place, and then there
Yeah.
was just free sushi about. I was tight.
Like you can tell a business in Richmond is failing because they're like, yeah, you can do punk shows here. Like, and
Yeah.
that was definitely like,
Nigiri
Yeah.
nigiri being passed around.
yeah,
Once
they
it
would
was,
like
you
have
know.
big sushi platters for the bands like
Yeah.
backstage, and like they never really had a good. I mean, I saw so many good bands there. That's where I saw Castle and Furnace.
It
But
was
yeah,
a good show venue,
they
but
were
not a
doing
good
shows in the
restaurant.
basement for like a minute, and yeah, I remember seeing Torch in the basement, and like you couldn't smoke upstairs because the smoking ban had just gone into effect. But like, yeah, smoking
Did
in
they
the
play that
basement.
UFO song?
Still like, I don't know. They were still like the original 4-piece lineup back then, I think. And yeah, people were smoking everything. People were passing joints and people smoking cigarettes. I remember it just being like hard to breathe because there was like no ventilation in that basement. It's like a 7-foot ceiling, wooden rafters, and I remember my buddy was like, "Yeah, I was gonna go down there," but I walked in and I saw smoke coming up through the floorboards, and I was like, "I don't want to fuck with that. Like, I got asthma. I can't do that."
Is Floor playing?
Yeah,
No, it's Torch. Oh, that's why there's smoke.
that was a crazy show. You and I were in the same basement at the same time.
Hey.
Yeah, and we were somewhere
I was the one coughing.
earlier, but yeah, we probably
You were in
crossed
the
when I
country.
was in Richmond.
Yeah.
They somebody should have filmed that for a music. Like, how did that show not turn into a music video?
I don't know. Yeah.
Would have been cool if
Lot-
it was that smoky.
Would have been
What could have been?
mysterious.
What could have been? All right. You had some dude at Guitar Center say vinyls to you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
let's
the
keep.
thread.
Let's keep. Yeah, actually, let's.
I remember
for
the
like a
thread
couple-
title, but I don't remember.
for a couple more, like few more minutes or whatever. Like I've got whatever time in the world. But let's keep these like deep digs coming back.
I remember the thread title. I
Be
don't
right back.
remember what. Oh God, I was like wearing a shirt, and he like was like, "Yeah, I was gonna buy their record, but I don't have a vinyls player or something."
Yeah.
And then I think the rest of the thread is just people like goofing on Guitar Center.
Yeah. Did it? Vinyls is one. I pulled that because it's a word that's driven me crazy for a while.
It's like that's just what people say now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and what's really flipped the script on me, like really bummed me out, is I thought that it was just incorrect for the longest time, but I think it's actually correct usage, even though it sounds annoying.
Yeah.
But
I just thought the plural of vinyl was vinyl. Like
and it is. But I remember getting into it with somebody, and they were like, "Yeah, it is, but vinyls is also the plural of vinyls," and I was like, "No," and like I had a panic attack, and like look it up, and I think it was right, and I have to recheck that, but I just kind of blocked it out of my brain. It's like I was like, dude,
like, nobody ever used to see that. Like that was not something like that. Yeah. I feel like that's one of those things like VHS player that's just sort of turned into like, yeah, that's just what people say now. And like, that is correct. And it's like, no, nobody ever said that. That's not what it's called. Like
VCR, right?
I mean, that was like a whole other, VCR.
Yeah.
Like when people say VHS player, I want to throw myself into traffic because it's just not, it's not what it's fucking called.
Yeah. It's like, there's something about it that's so like unknowing, I guess.
Mhm.
Like you just sound like an outsider, I guess, to whatever it is you're talking about it when you refer to it as the thing that nobody referred to it when people used it or whatever.
Yeah.
Or it was what are some other things that like Guitar Center bro types people say that's like, or like just store people, music store?
Gigging out. That was always
Yeah.
You guys got a gig? You gigging out? Now I'm just here to buy some strings. I really don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. I think I started is it a gig or a show or whatever?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean the difference between is like if do you get paid, then it's a gig.
Yeah.
You're
That's
just like the shitty opening band, and it's just a show. I don't know.
Yeah,
Sort
that's
of.
good stuff.
Also, the word gig just sounds kind of lame. It sounds like you're like a rocker dude, like
Yeah.
playing a gig, gigging.
Yeah.
And if I'm like I'm playing a show, that sounds somewhat more eloquent and so much more like I don't know, just it's like less pretentious, I guess.
Yeah. Like you're just doing it, you're having fun, you got a hobby. Gig is definitely like I'm wearing a pleather vest and a top hat, and I
trying to meet chicks at the gig. Yeah. Come on down to the gig, meet some chicks, smoke some beers.
Yeah. I told a few people that I had a gig tonight.
People that are handing out flyers on the street corner. Those are the people advertising their gig.
Yeah, for sure.
People do that anymore.
Yeah. Well, you started. Yeah, that's wow. I had a note here about how you started a thread. The great debate, the reality of physical flyers versus online.
Yeah.
But what struck me was this thread was 4 shows in 2013, which
was a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, it was almost 10 years ago.
I mean, like physical flyers are essentially obsolete now.
Yeah.
Like making actual flyers and taking them to like record stores and putting them on telephone poles or passing them out when people walk out of shows. Like I remember like when I first moved to Richmond, like you'd walk out of a show and you'd run a gauntlet and there'd be people on both sides of you just handing you flyers, double-sided flyers or like flyers with like calendars on it. And like you take them all and you fucking go home and you'd be like, okay, I'm going to this one, I'm going to this one, throw this one away, I throw this one away. That's unnecessary now because you have Instagram, you got social media, you got text messages. Like it's just like flyers are fucking amazing and having physical flyers is amazing, but it's like is it necessary?
No, and I'm convinced. I see people.
That thread was 2013.
Yeah, man. So that was 10 years ago. You're already thinking about being obsolete. So now, dude, I honestly think I was thinking about this earlier. I think flyers on Instagram and shit are obsolete. Like, dude, I don't think that does anything now. Like, even the digital flyers and shit. Like, I don't. My view on it now, like I'm in a band and like I kind of just don't really give a shit at this point. Like if we're playing a show,
Andon just went out and made me a cocktail.
Oh, that's very nice.
It's a mensch.
I don't know what I'm saying, but all I'm saying is that like I can barely get myself to post a flyer on our band Instagram account because I just don't think that shit doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, I don't even think like Facebook events. I don't like that
shit.
Like people, I mean, I don't know how people find out about shows.
You gotta ask a punk.
Like, I'm the only social media I'm on is Instagram, and so I'll see flyers, but like, this super secret torch show was just like a week ago. A buddy was like,
"Have we talked about this torch show yet?"
was like, "Hey, it was this word about, hey, did you hear about this torch show?" And it's like, "No, tell me about it." And then like, a week later, I've been told 300 times about this secret show.
That is side note. That the picture you just showed me. Are there any other bands, or is it just torch?
Yeah, Dumbwaiter. Just 2 bands.
Okay, so cool. So we can like gotta have dinner with like the family.
Yeah,
it's like if we get there, like whatever. Like if we miss the first band.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Dumbwaiter, they're good.
No.
You'll see them again though.
I'm not. I want to see all the bands that play, but I'm saying like I don't want to miss like Torch. Like those are 2 like separate things.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see I would like to see the first band, but also if I miss them, I still want to see Torch. Last tour. So You know.
Got to see that last tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm at this point. I'm like, I'll post one flyer one time on Instagram, and then whoever shows up shows up. Because like, if the people who are gonna be there are gonna be there because like I told, like my friends know maybe the show's going on, and like
Yeah.
the people in town that like the
You're
band will
following
probably find out somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and like that's it. Like I don't really expect anybody else to be there. We're not a huge draw.
I just feel like we're so
right
far
now.
removed from that, like that sort of environment where like you see a flyer on the wall and you're like, oh, that looks
You see
interesting.
8 of the same flyer.
And I'm reading the description of the band and it says, capsule worship.
Blank, X bland.
Yeah.
Blank,
They're ex members of this or that. It's like I don't think that they're like we're so oversaturated with like events and like media and shit like that. It's just like fly is a piece of trash on the wall. It's fucking.
As I was listening back to this and heard him say flyers are just a piece of trash on the wall, I had to laugh at myself because recently at our last show, there was like 10 minutes before we were going on and we were like, oh fuck, we didn't do set lists. We should probably do that because we don't want to be asking each other on stage what the fuck song is next. So in the club we were in, we went to the hallway and just ripped off flyers off the wall and used the backs of them to write set list. So yeah, I felt like there was just trash all over the wall. And mind you, these weren't these shows had already happened. We're not that rude.
Yeah.
It's like when I hear like, I'm sure like Ken Prank would disagree with me, but it's like the idea of like, oh, we got to go hand out flyers for the gig. It's like the same thing as if my mom were to be like, oh, if you want to get a job, print out your resume in a really nice card stock and go around door to door handing out resumes in businesses. Like,
yeah,
that's just not. That's like a different world you live in that you came from that doesn't exist anymore. And it's sad because flyers are cool. Like, I have a big stack of old flyers from back in the day, and every now and then, like I found a few of them during like a COVID shutdown when I was like going back through old books, and I'd be like, "Oh shit!" Like I was using a flyer from a show in 2002 as a bookmark, and now like boom, like this is obviously a book I read on tour because there's a show from Mobile, Alabama that I forgot about. Pages, like that's fucking rad.
And me and TIE Fighter briefly had a stint where we kind of tried to be the dudes / band that was all of a sudden going to give a fuck about flyering again. And there was this big hardcore show in Austin, sold out at this brewery, like probably like 500 people there. It was like an all-day thing. And we were like, dude, we should make a cool flyer and just hand it out. Like 200 of these flyers at this thing.
Yeah.
And we made this really cool flyer. He made this really cool flyer. It was from the game Shadowrun.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
And it was like a dialogue between two of the characters, and then it had like a fake prompt that we made that was just like, like choose to attend, like blah blah blah, like, and then the show info and this shit. It was really cool. And we got compliments too. People were like, damn, that's fucking sweet. But yeah, we handed out a shitload, and then come showtime, it's like there was probably not a single person that got a flyer that was there. Yeah. Which it doesn't. I mean, it didn't really
that
surprise
doesn't
me.
discount your efforts, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it was just like, but it's so easily, especially I think as people get older, it was so easily to like deflate the attitude where it was just like, man, like fuck doing that again or whatever. But it's like, wow, it was nice that some people thought the effort was cool, and I don't blame anybody for not going. Like there was people I remember people posting in the awesome thread that was like, I got a expander flyer at that show. Like that was cool, but like they didn't go to the show, which again I don't care. People got shit to do, and least of which is just come see a random band that you don't know. But
are we like
so it's what
a place where like any day now some like 20-year-old is gonna be like, yo, what if we take an Instagram post and we put on a piece of paper
Oh, it's been
and
done.
start passing the paper out physically, and they reinvent flyers and physical flyers and flyering for shows is suddenly like new again. And
suddenly sick again.
It comes back around and it's
make
like
shows sick again.
We came up with
people are collecting them.
Yeah, we came
selling
up with
them.
cool
There's
idea.
a QR code on the bottom so you can like scan it and go to the Instagram post.
Yeah.
That's not
NFT.
that's not honestly not a bad idea.
Yeah, QR this so you can like and subscribe.
Smash that like button.
You gotta smash that.
Comment.
Yeah.
Like and comment. Subscribe.
Yeah. I've been
All right. Yeah.
back to the Facebook thing. I've been actively going through my Facebook for the last like year and just deleting all of my posts. Not because I have like dumb shit to say. It's mostly about shit like cops suck or hey, this show's coming up.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
you really came around on cops. You love them now.
Yeah. I really love cops now. But like just like going back to like because I'm trying to get rid of like fucking Facebook or whatever. But I'm like actively instead of like just deactivating my account, I'm actively going through and just like deleting all this shit. So like every day I wake up, go to my memories on Facebook and like delete all that shit.
Very Philip K. Dick sort of. Every morning I wake up and delete my memories.
I do because I have this fucking app called Time Hop that's like on this day 30 years ago this happened or whatever. And so I go through all that shit and just actively just delete it. And again, like because I've never like I don't think I've ever said anything. I've said stupid shit on the internet, but I never said anything like people are like you're a fucking like for the wrong reason you're an idiot or whatever. But I've just been going through and just like deleting old like things where I'd post about a show for like 2 weeks every day, be like coming up, get stoked about it, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like all that shit. Just been deleting that, and like I think I'm almost at the year point where it's like I have like almost nothing left, so I can finally fucking get rid of my Facebook.
Cut it out.
That's
out.
Diligent.
Yeah, it's if nothing else, it's something to do when you wake up while you're waiting for your coffee to brew.
Yeah. All right. Well, one last question for you, Andon. I think you mentioned Ween. So I think I can't even remember now. My note's not good enough for me to remember why you mentioned Ween. I think you created a thread that like Ween broke up or something. So I just assumed that you're of course the number one super mega fan, number one for
no.
world.
Yeah, so I saw that last night and I was like, oh, Ween broke up. What a bummer. And then like I just remember like the two songs I like are Big Fat Fuck, where they're just like they're literally like it's like a slow dumb song where they're like big fat fuck or whatever. And then there's a song called Boys Club where it's like Boys Club, yeah. Uh-huh. And like I always associated that song Boys Club with the artist that invented Pepe the Frog back in the day, because he had a comic called Boys Club where it was like Pepe the Frog and like a few other characters or whatever. And obviously, like as we all know, like or hopefully as we all know, like all that shit got like
co-opted,
conflated and co-opted by like the right as being like Pepe the Frog's this subversive character or whatever, when really it was like this dude that literally just like wrote and drew a comic about like anthropomorphic figures that were like, oh, this is like, you know, like a fun thing for like a bunch of dudes living together or whatever. And he actually like had like a lawsuit against a bunch of like alt-right and like right-wing causes, and like won to get his like likeliness of Pepe the Frog or whatever like not used for that bullshit anymore. But like that was basically like when it came to like Ween, like whenever I did that, like there's also another thread because I look back at my other shit and like I did like a thread about like Beyonce's Lemonade because I really liked it at the time. And I was like, oh, that's cool, that's good. And there was like 3 posts in that thread or whatever. But like, so like that would be something in like my early 20s or mid 20s where I'm like, yeah, starting this thing or whatever. And like Ween broke up, and that was a band that had been around for like 30 years at the time. So like, oh, this is like a fairly, like, regardless of what you think of the band, that's like a fairly big thing. And that's also a band that like covered like a bunch of different like genres. So it was like, it could be like, whatever you're into, like Ween had a song for it. And I was never like super huge into Ween, but like when Ween broke up, I was like, that's kind of a bummer. And of course, like I think they're back fucking together again. So like that whole thread doesn't matter anymore.
Sure.
So,
okay, well, the reason why I ask is because I was gonna, I'll still.
You got a bombshell.
No.
Yeah, we got another caller, Jimmy Ween.
I'll seek out the true
Gene
Ween
Ween.
heads on the board to maybe ask this, but it's always been a band where I just like don't get it. And I maybe heard like 10 Ween songs in my entire life, but every time I hear a Ween song, I'm like,
is this Ween?
what the?
Yeah.
I'm like, is this
Like
Ween? Yeah, I'm like,
the song's
what the
done,
fuck is this?
and you're
Why-
like, oh, this is Ween.
I can't
Yeah.
hang with Ween. I cannot hang with Ween.
It's the same thing. Like
Yeah.
there's a few songs like I like because they're funny or like enjoyable or whatever. But it's the same thing as like and I'm not deriding anyone for liking any particular band or whatever, because obviously I wouldn't.
That's my job.
That's his job.
Yeah.
But like with like They Might Be Giants or whatever, like I'm not like a fan of them, but like a lot of people like them just because they're like a very like, a no harm done kind of band or whatever, where they just like they like play songs and it's like fun and a lot of people like them and it's cool. So like like if they broke up, I'd probably also start at the red like at 2 a.m. being like, oh, They Might Be Giants broke up or whatever. Which is where like if you look back at a lot of my posts, if they're not like
So you're coming off the end of a bar shift.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm coming out again. Back then it was in the kitchen. So like it'd be coming off the kitchen, like, oh, Ween broke up. Gotta post about this.
Wait to the end of
Yeah,
about this.
Oh
But-
man.
That's something like
I'm gonna-
John and I were talking about earlier, where it's like we both have like long-standing thread traditions, and it's not like for better or for worse or whatever. It's just like John does what threads do you do right now? You do the Netflix
I had a
thread.
Netflix thread. I had for a while. I was doing the MMA thread, and then my longest running thread is the mass shooting thread. This is fucked up.
I saw that and I purposely kept it
Yeah.
off the list.
It's not,
John
there's
earlier was like, I hope they don't mention this, and
there's
earlier he
literally
was like, I
nothing.
hope they don't mention Burnt Ice Stone,
Yeah.
and I was like, just get it out of the way.
Well,
Just
there's
say it.
literally nothing to say about that mass shooting thread. There's like,
Oh, yeah.
when it pops up, it's like, that's some of Andon's threads.
It's just like you just
and I was
post
like, I
the
really
Onion
hope it
article
doesn't
again.
fucking want to post that.
Yeah, just like every time the mass shooting thread comes up, it's just the Onion article over and over again, where it's
Yeah.
like no way to like,
Jesus Christ, yeah.
what's the fucking headline? It's something like,
No way to prevent this.
no way to
as
prevent this
where
as nation where
yeah.
this happens every day or like
There- I
regularly.
feel like
Yeah.
you go through
It says
cycles.
only nation where this happens regularly or
You
whatever.
go through cycles in this country where, like, I mean, like there were like there was a period I feel like where that mass shooting thread did not leave the front page. It just kept popping up and popping up and popping up.
And also, like,
Oh,
sadly, whenever COVID happened, it was like there were like a bunch of memes going around, like, congratulations, 30 days without a mass shooting, because like everyone was fucking in lockdown, you know? And
Yeah,
it's just like that's
yeah.
what's fucking crazy about this fucking country is that it took a pandemic
to slow
to
down.
slow
mass-
down
Yeah, let's
mass
trade one style of mass death for a
Yeah.
different style.
dim some loose.
Blimp, you have the coronavirus thread, right? That's you, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
my
buddy.
kind of claim
Is
to
that
fame.
is that
Who
is
has
that,
the Donald Trump cuck thread?
That's Mr. Manager.
That is
Yeah.
Mr. Manager,
Is
but
that
it
the-
used to
one
be
of those
cock,
two? One
and
of
it got
those,
changed to cuck.
one of those two threads has to be the highest thread count, like my sheet,
Yeah,
my sheets.
yeah.
Nice, that's good.
I don't know what it is.
There's
But,
a lot of fun posts. I'm gonna go back and like revisit in all of those threads.
I don't think
But-
you can open the coronavirus.
No, I don't think you
thread
can open
or
either of
the-
those.
Yeah,
And it's just like you
yeah.
try and go back and you're like, do I dare with
You gotta
my
have like
with my
the 7.7.
Toshiba satellite that
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just upgraded to Windows like 10?
yeah.
Do I dare open this thread?
you gotta have some like $7,000 gaming computer
I think
to
if
open that shit.
I think if I did it on my phone, it would just restart.
I tried to expand the mass shooting thread because I was like, I'm pretty sure I started this when Columbine happened and like I couldn't load the thread, and that's maybe only 2,000 or 3,000 posts only. So I mean, I think
You started that thread in like '98.
no, that was Columbine. Did I say Columbine?
You said Columbine.
Sandy
Yeah,
Hook.
you're thinking of
Oh, Sandy Hook. Yeah.
That's what I said.
Which
Yeah.
all of those fucking videos from the Sandy Hook trial are just like
Yeah,
chef's kiss
yeah.
gold. It's so good.
But I mean, like the COVID thread and Donald Trump, those are easily like 10K plus.
No, they're like
Yeah.
15, 17K.
Really?
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
wow.
Yeah.
So those threads by themselves are sand hustlers.
Yeah, they are.
True Dune grapplers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I got lucky, man. The world had to suffer, but I
You were
brought it all
got
home
in the
from the bank.
ground floor.
Yeah,
The monkeypox thread doesn't have the same.
yeah.
Doesn't have legs.
No,
Doesn't have legs.
no.
I don't even have that. I just got the latest booster and a flu shot, and I didn't even have the option for a monkeypox vaccine.
I cannot get the monkeypox vaccine because I have eczema, and if you have eczema and you get the monkeypox vaccine, it'll like give you COVID. I don't.
That's
know.
embarrassing. We'll edit this out. That's
Yeah,
just
I don't want my medical, my full name and like where I live and where I work.
Yeah.
Sure, but my medical history, absolutely not.
Yeah. The
This is
coronavirus.
user asset.
The thread was just like definitely just I mean, it's so surreal now to think about, but when I started that thread, the first post was just like, are we all gonna die?
Yeah.
You know? And
And I bet the
then
next,
like
I bet the next 100
next
posts
post
were
was-
like, nah, we're fine, probably fine.
yeah, and it was like
And then the next
people
100 were
posting
like, yes.
Corona photos and shit,
Mhm.
like Corona beer, and just like people posting SARS, you know, like joking, like, yeah, just another SARS, like who gives a fuck? And it's like, yeah,
That's we talk about how like this message board is like sort of been there for us, but like back when lockdowns and shit, like Facebook and Instagram, that shit was like a toxic fucking.
dude, yeah.
That was when I was like, I gotta get off Facebook.
I got to just stay on BLV.
But like, the VLV was like, I felt like it was a very, like little waves and dick scrapings notwithstanding, it was a place where I was like, this is a much more sane place. Like there would be people that are like, hey, I'm a medical professional here, so I'm going through. Like there were like people being like,
Which props to VLV, because like it
Yeah.
is actually like, it's not just like dickheads trading vinyl,
Yeah.
which like it is, but it's also like those same people like are
there's also like a lot of
lawyers,
people
medical
like us that
professionals,
like
yeah.
lost our jobs, that were like, hey, I lost my job, and like I lost my job too, and you're sort of like there for each other. It wasn't just like
yeah.
Yeah, there was even a financial
Posting
support
resources.
thread
Yeah,
that
yeah,
I hope that people got to take
I
advantage of.
I was eligible for some, and I got approved for some grants and stuff based on those threads. But then like it was when that CARES money came through, so I was like, please don't give me this extra money. Like give these grants to people with like children or something. I don't need this shit.
Yeah.
That said, when all that happened, that was also the same time that like fucking the George Floyd stuff was happening,
Yeah.
and like all of like the mutual aid stuff really actually started coming up on social media, which like actually like we have from like our bank account, like every month, like we have like not deposits, withdrawals going out for like local mutual aids and things like that.
Yeah.
Because of that, which is like really fucking cool, because like it keeps you more in tune with, I guess, just like what's actually going on like around you, like in the local area or whatever. So, and like VLV actually helped kind of spotlight that or whatever.
I'd say BLB net positive.
Yeah, over the years, yeah, it's been a wild ride. We'll keep on riding it for as long as.
If we take one thing away from tonight, I'd say I'd rate VLV A+.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 would VLV again.
Good dude, backed hard.
Good dude, backed hard.
It's pretty good feedback score.
Yeah. Real quick, Blimp,
Yeah.
John, myself, your favorite threads you've done, favorite threads you've read.
Did we do this already?
Did we?
Like 2 hours ago? Favorite thread I've done, favorite thread I've read.
Yeah.
One of the callers asked about our favorite threads, and we did do one each. So favorite thread we've done is something we haven't done yet. So yeah, thread creation wise.
I'll say because you mentioned the long running threads. I like that. It's interesting that like I was doing the Netflix streaming thread from like when it was like it first hit, and it was like those threads are like 1,000+ post threads, and now it's like, hey, Netflix 2022, and it's like 65 posts, and it's very interesting for me to see like nobody fucking gives a shit about Netflix anymore, and it's like here's a new Netflix thread, and people are like, okay,
Rick, yeah, what's on here again?
Yeah, nobody gives a shit. And like,
Yeah,
but I'm gonna. There's one year that somebody else made the thread because I like waited too long, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
almost
it's not a
pissed
good
about it.
feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another spike again in 2020, and there was the Tiger King and stuff. But like,
Well, okay, so like, what's your like favorite like esoteric thread you started? Basically, like let's get
like
to
like a one-off,
like a one-off or like something like you're like really stoked on, like
Oh,
that
God.
like you started. I think one of mine, I've got a couple. One of mine that I just bumped today was the Who's More Grizzled thread, which is like the old SNL skit about like it's a game show about who's more grizzled as like an old person. There's also the which is like it's a great fucking skit. I actually uploaded it to one of my like servers, so you could actually like download it now. It's funny as fuck. It has like Garth Brooks, Norm Macdonald, and Robert Duvall in it. But also the Hall & Oates show from Japan in 1988 or 89.
yeah.
Because like that, that
yeah.
YouTube video keeps getting deleted about them playing Private Eyes, where like the crowd is like this like very like traditionally like very like appropriate or whatever crowd in Japan is losing their shit to them playing Private Eyes because they have Keisuke Kawada out there playing shit.
My VLV Dream Journal thread is, I feel like, endlessly entertaining. People have posted some pretty amazing dreams, and also like because I deal with sleepwalking and sleep paralysis, I have asked the same questions several times in that thread, like how do I deal with that? And people have,
Didn't we go over this?
yeah, people have helped out a little bit with like some of my weird sleep deformities.
Blimp.
Cool. I gotta remember to get in the dream journal thread because I have like really, I mean, not that my dreams are more special than anybody else's. I'm sure people have crazy dreams, but I do have really fucked up like science fiction time loop, like really harrowing, like brink of death, time travel shit.
God
like
damn.
Soul, like in the dream, you could just feel like your soul, like my soul, slipping into, I don't know if it's like death or nothingness or whatever. But anyways, it's like really scary, like nightmarish sometimes, but also really trippy and science fiction. I'm really bad about, I don't have a dream journal. And so like,
I don't either.
I do the thing where I wake up and I'm like,
how you do?
I just repeat to myself, like, you got to remember this, you got to remember this, you got to remember this. And then 6 hours later, of course, I don't remember a goddamn thing. So next time that happens, I'm going to pop open that VLV Dream Journal and just go ham on the keyboard and see what happens. And I'll be thankful that I can look back and read the shit for sure.
Last question.
Yeah.
What's y'all's favorite thread?
The mass shooting thread.
Love it. So many views.
My current favorite thread right now is the Discogs. Buy it right now. What's the best LP you can buy on Discogs for under $10 postage paid?
Yeah.
Is it Go Grip It Now?
No, Go Grip It Now. I think that would answer your question of thread that I'm proud of to have started. I feel like that's a pretty cool, useful thread.
I actually talked to user Servo, and he actually like has said he's like done all right from that thread. Like he's actually like kept up with it because like he has his own record label, but he's actually done like he's very cognizant of everything that's going on. He's actually doing pretty well from that. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool because you can post in there things that might be a good flip, but you can also post things in there. Like the original post was somebody, I think Numero Group or something was selling the Bedhead LP for like $5 or something, and I was like, everybody should buy this for $5. So, you know, just if you ever see any shit like that or good sales or like something being sold for a good like just a good record maybe that's being reissued that everybody should own, just shit like that, just kind of a hodgepodge of go fucking get this right now because you should.
I spent a lot of time lurking in the black metal, death metal, and the black death slam metal, the spinoff thread.
Oh yeah
Get a lot of good recs. I don't buy a lot of records anymore, but I find a lot of good tunes in there. That I pretty much only listen to metal for the most part these days, and I get a lot of good stuff out of there. But I have also really been enjoying the Woodstock '99 thread. It's just very It's very timely. It's like I was 19 and couldn't have been less interested in that kind of music. But it's just like ultimately fascinating and nostalgic in the weirdest, most train wreckiest of ways. And it's very interesting to watch and participate in a lot of people trying to it's like the dumbest, most unintellectual music imaginable in the history of music, maybe. And people are just like, well, it's like if you really think about like the socioeconomic climate of America and the psyche of the American male, and it's like,
meanwhile, it's like people haven't had water for 3 days.
Yeah,
and
no,
they're like hiding under any shade they can
all
find.
It boils down to is, are you ready?
To quote the immortal words of Jonathan Davis. Yeah.
You'd be so sick that like
which was also like the last song in the fucking Street Fighter 2 animated movie.
There's a Street Fighter 2? Oh, animated movie. Okay.
Did you ever see that?
No.
It's actually so good. It's so good.
I think somebody on VLV in the Woodstock '99 thread, and I've like brought this up in conversations, like imagining somebody with like Vietnam style PTSD every time they hear the ride cymbal intro to Blind. Like it's like helicopters going overhead, and it's like fucking Vietnam style flashbacks of like Woodstock '99.
Yeah, dude. Well, gentlemen,
I think we covered everything.
I hope so.
Literally everything in all of our lives have to offer.
Yeah.
Which is it's kind of comforting that it can be covered in 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Do you have a catchphrase yet for your sign-off?
4.5 hours. Holy shit! Do I have a catchphrase?
Yeah. Do you have a catchphrase for your?
Do you have ketchup?
I've kind of just been saying "see you on the board" because but I don't know if that's good. So
I can see that on a T-shirt. I can see that on a coffee mug. You could brand that.
Yeah, see you on the board.
Yeah.
See you on. I don't know. Just Now I feel like I'm underselling it. Now I feel like I got to come up with a new one on the spot.
Trying to put you on the spot, but let's hear that catchphrase, dog.
Okay, man. Well, Andon, John, Richmond, Martin, I really appreciate you guys taking the time. It's been a lovely chat, and you've been kind to join me and babble with me for so long. I hope you guys have a great evening and a good rest of the week, and see you on the board.
We appreciate it. Hopefully we won't keep you up too late.
See you on the board, dog.
On the board, dog. All good. Laters.
I thought he was gonna hit he's still recording. He's still recording. Greg.